and stuff.
Rangers Oath _HR
Yeah, I'm
whispers,
all done
hey,
with that.
between me and you. I sent you extra mats, and I'm going to send you some gold as well. BC, I feel bad that you didn't win even though you put so much in. Blood Rose, Angelic Knight 420, VHRC in
I
40.
lost a page, yeah. I'm sad.
Blood Rose, Death _Posse, is that a type of cannabis? Tasty's Trading Company, what _did _ learn, and 3 DPS.
Well, that's not what I wanted to do.
Rangers Oath _HR whispers, I missed you on Discord. BC, I didn't want to announce that over stream. Blood Rose, he _B _Lee 2, Dungeon. Tasty's Trading Company, Gideon 666, Sick'll come on my heels. Tasty's Trading Company, Soulless Meatsack, I'm down to heal if it doesn't fill. To Rangers Oath _HR, knew it's Oki LOL.
1,700.
Blood Rose, Dogbonzi 555, Neats. Tasty's Trading Company, what _did _ learn, it may get cancelled since support roles aren't filled. Tasty's Trading Company, PPH07TTV, il DPS if there's room.
Quit.
Booze Cruise, Batty 2BA Beerish X.
I swear to God.
Tasty's Trading Company, Cuddle _Bug 89, X DPS. Blood Rose, he _B _Lee 2, was trying to complete it last night by myself. Rangers Oath _HR whispers, I still sent you some. I know it's not too much, so I apologize, but at least it's something. Tasty's Trading Company, Enraged _Astart, X DPS.
Okay, now that I...
Tasty's Trading Company, Pup Sup.
I'm not going to Murkmire for a while.
Neither am I.
That was enough.
HRC's not going to Murkmire for a long fucking while.
Tasty's Trading Company, Gideon 666, X Heels.
You also weren't farming fucking...
Boost Cruise, Rich Swag _20,
flowers.
Hey everyone. Tasty's Trading Company, Enraged _Astart, is it in Group Finder?
Chill out.
Yeah, so we ended up with how many of these things did I say? 28 Scuttle Blooms?
Something like that.
Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, it starts 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Booze Cruise, Dark Chandries, Haya.
I got a
Booze
lead.
Cruise, Forsaken 180, hey.
Oh, nice. For what?
It's a house furnishing. It's a table. I got a lead for a table.
Blood Rose, the _B _ Lee 2, made it to the Troll King.
Oh,
but
my
couldn't
husband
be-
Where are you in
asked.
Vvardenfell?
Yeah. I looted a treasure chest.
I might not have that lead.
Tasty's Trading Company, Pup, sorry came in late.
DLC
What's going on?
I have
the
it,
sixth
but I don't.
house ritual
Yes, the 6th house ritual table. That's the one.
You could craft something nice with that.
Probably gonna hate that I say this, Sharp, but I'm probably gonna sell most of this, so...
Booze
So much to
Cruise,
what?
Batty 2BA beer.
The stuff that I'm farming.
Booze Cruise,
He
Forsaken
usually
180,
comments when you,
DPS.
like, pick stuff up, but he's like, hey, you know what to... You can make something useful with that, or... It's good
Yeah,
to
gold.
make a stockpile, and I'm like... Yeah, I'm probably just gonna sell all of it.
Well,
Bloodrose,
let me know
tin
before you
underscore zero
sell furnishing
NESH0
mats.
T, send INV. Tasty's Trading
You want some
Company,
fish?
know
I
that.
have so
did
much
underscore
fish
you underscore
furnishings.
learn,
You can
NCSR
you can
trial
have all
outcomes.
the fish furnishings you want. I don't.
Booze
I have
Cruise,
it.
Rich Swag underscore 20, am in.
You know what? We can incorporate those into like some giveaways or
Tasty's
something.
Trading Company, Quantum
I gave
SP3
away
CT3RX.
so
What do
many
you need?
fish after I went for Master Angler.
He gave me like 50 of them.
Bloodrose, tin
Here, let's see.
underscore zero
Talking about
NESH0
fish.
T, if you run it again.
His
Come
road's
here,
like
Zabi.
fish.
Oh, I'm sure that typing is annoying. Let me turn that off.
I'm gonna have to keep muting you because I'm smoking, so there's that.
Jackpot payout, Mr. Howdoy, need 2 DPS fungal grotto 2 no death.
I can't do this. They're fishing constantly. I just cannot do it.
Spicy potatoes, Rangers Oath underscore HR, all the prizes have been sent out y'all. Tasty's Trading Company, Pup Pup Pup, his
Where?
name is, what did you learn not,
There
what
you
do you
are.
need, bra XD.
I told Mama Google had a fucking fit on me, and she said, "I guess that's what happens when Mama isn't home."
Basically, yeah.
Yep. All because I don't. Oh,
Tasty's Trading Company, what
you did not just
underscore
send
did
me that
underscore you
many
underscore learn. We'll see
fish.
once trial leader says.
That is a whole lot of fish.
Tasty's Trading Company, what underscore did
I told you
underscore you
I have
underscore learn.
plenty of
LOL
fish
pup.
furnishings.
Tasty's Trading Company, enraged underscore start. How do I join Discord?
I'll
Tasty's
fish up
Trading
plenty.
Company,
You better
Quantum
not send that shit back to
SP3RX,
me.
Small
okay.
fishes.
You son of a bitch.
Tasty's Trading Company,
got any small
pup pup pup.
fishes?
What rolls missing?
Okay, I'll take
I
that.
can tank with
I'll
you.
not fight you on that if you're taking my fish. I don't
Tasty's
care.
Trading Company, Lil Housewife,
Okay.
Discord
I will
link
take
and
a couple
MOTD.
small fish.
You want small fish? Oh, let's see.
Oh
Just
no.
fish
Tasty's
small.
Trading Company,
Just fish small.
PPeach07TTV. Anyone have foul bait? Run
How
I
do
don't
you
know.
feel
I
about
don't know how to answer
15?
this. I don't
Tasty's
need no
Trading
15
Company,
little
what
fish.
underscore did
This is going
underscore
to
you
fill
underscore
up
learn.
my
Server
inventory.
link is
My
in MOTD.
storage
I'll
houses
take like
are
5.
full.
I'll take like 5.
My God. My inventory's full of fish now.
It's only because I'm doing an aquarium.
Tasty's Trading
little
Company,
Whoops.
Thumbelino,
fish tank.
PEI. Tasty's
But
Trading
I'm
Company,
good on that
what
many. I just
underscore
said
did
5.
underscore you underscore learn. Lil faster typing.
You want
y'all.
some starfish? I got some. He's got some starfish
I
now.
will take
Tasty's
some
Trading Company,
starfish.
Lil
He's got some
Housewife.
sea
To see what roles are
sponges.
needed, please check Discord.
Like I
He's
said,
got
I'm
some
trying to make like a
clams. He should
little.
have some clams now.
Tasty's Trading Company,
I sent you some
Uthambolino.
fish.
He had
Don't worry.
plenty of. Oh no.
Oh, I did buy a bunch of clams, like the ones I
Tasty's
opened
Trading Company,
for
what
that
underscore did
event.
underscore you underscore
Yeah.
learn. Hey
I
/
know.
slash.
I'll probably give away some
Tasty's
clams.
Trading Company,
fucking
Pup
thing
Pup,
bigger than-
need keyboard dat dull.
That's what you could use for your
Trading
next
Company,
little
Uthambolino, not
guess
you.
the number.
Tasty's
A whole bunch
Trading
of fish,
Company,
yeah.
Lil Housewife,
There's
Helena.
surprisingly a lot of people who want the fish furnishing.
Tasty's Trading Company,
Like, not even
Uthambolino,
joking.
LOL.
Every time I give one away in chat, everybody, like
Tasty's
2 or 3
Trading
people always
Company,
put
I
X.
what
usually
underscore
want 'em
did
too.
underscore you underscore learn.
Like I said, I'm trying to make shit. I have all this fucking money up now. Jesus Christ.
Oh, you sent me even more. Oh, nice.
Tasty's Trading Company,
sea
Mr.
sponge,
Uranium Fire.
seashell,
Been working on
seashell,
house for some time now
seashell.
and I'm trying to get some more house tours recommendation if
I will
anyone
be
is
right
free to
back. I'm
help.
going to go and grab.
Tasty's Trading Company,
I don't know what
Uthambolino,
he's
hey
talking
Lil.
about. I didn't send. I didn't. I
Tasty's Trading
just.
Company, what
It's
underscore
fish.
did underscore you underscore learn.
Oh,
It's
sorry,
Thumbs Lil,
Azabi.
LOL.
You can go away now.
Booze Cruise,
Bye,
Sign-in
Azabi.
Center, got room for one more DPS. Tasty's Trading Company, Uthambolino, no fucker. Booze Cruise, Sign and Sinner, NCR. Tasty's Trading Company, what
You
underscore
son
did
of a
underscore you
bitch!
underscore learn.
I was fishing.
Tasty's Trading Company, what underscore did
such thing
underscore
as a
you
wasted
underscore
day,
learn. Okay.
so long as
Lawrence
we go
threatening to
fishing.
take all my money.
Tasty's Trading
He
Company,
thinks we're talking
Uthambulino,
slipping some
bite me.
deposit in his bank. Fucking dick. Come on, Floozy's in the game.
Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX. I don't see in Discord. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX. Whatever you need a body, I'll help. Tasty's Trading Company, Uthambulino. No one panic, we are married.
The little baggie. The grocery bag. I thought that was where I had my lighters.
Tasty's Trading Company, Pup Cup Pup. Oh damn, that explains the hostility. Tasty's Trading Company, Uthambulino, LMAO. Tasty's Trading Company, what underscore did underscore you underscore learn. Once you join the server, GM will get your role set up for you.
Fuck. Excuse me.
Tasty's Trading Company, Uthambulino. Michael, you need me? Tasty's Trading Company, enraged underscore start. If anyone's up
My
4-1
phone.
now, it's in Group Finder.
Yeah, sure. That'll work.
Hellenes, Zone, Orbic Amber 12K, Perfect Row 12K, Paquito 5K, Mastic 100G, Ethereal Dust 70K, Zircon Plating 750G, Chrome Plating 4.3K, Brookwax 1K, Rosin 1K, Kuda 1.4K, Tempering LA 2.5K, Mundane Rune 200G, Hardwood 200G, Columbine 200G, I buying send mail COD 4 gold. Tasty's Trading Company, what underscore did underscore you underscore learn, stick around in DPS maybe, up to trial leader. Tasty's Trading Company, what underscore did underscore you underscore learn, it's NDSR.
Yes, sir.
Deestris, Zone, Quick
Hey
VHRC
y'all, I'm
and
about to eat some
GF.
pizza real quick.
Okay, do it.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot I muted myself when I left. I couldn't find my phone. And then I had to go pee. I don't have ADHD, so I got distracted. I'm back.
You're okay.
I said bye when Ranger left, though.
It's okay.
Oh, I was gonna get my little buddy. I didn't. I haven't even finished the fucking side quests for this place. I'm doing Westfield after this. Oh god.
Give me like 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, take your time. Is she in this first little area? I think so. Is there a branch up here? Yes. Ah, I see.
Vacuuming. Well, that's good. They're on this.
Meddler! Imposter! You won't leave this cavern alive!
Tasty's Trading Company, Enraged _ start, need 3 DPS 4 Dreadsail and Group Finder.
Let's see what you're made of.
Tasty's Trading Company, Cuddle _ Bug 89, joined the server from the link in guild bio, but there's no channels. Tasty's Trading Company, TTV Empire Shadow, that the Discord one? Tasty's Trading Company, Cuddle _ Bug 89, yeah.
Who's better than us? Nobody.
Tasty's Trading Company, Cuddle _ Bug 89, oh no sorry. Tasty's Trading Company, Enraged _ start, now the one up now isn't guild backed one. Spicy Potatoes, Rangers Oath _ HR, free, Gold Coast Treasure Map 2. Tasty's Trading Company, TTV Empire Shadow, okay. Spicy Potatoes, Girl _ WA _ X. Spicy Potatoes, Girl _ WA _ please. Spicy Potatoes, Girl _ WA _ tie. Spicy Potatoes, Rangers Oath _ HR, sent. Tasty's Trading Company, what _ did _ you _ learn. Once you join the server, GM will get your role set up for you. Booze Cruise, Darissa, howdy. Tasty's Trading Company, Cuddle _ Bug 89, thought you were asking if I meant the Discord server, my bad. Spicy potatoes, Rangers with underscore HR. Anybody else want one too? Booze Cruise, Darissa, 883K. Spicy potatoes, Rangers with underscore HR. Gold Coast treasure map 2. Blood Rose, Angelic Knight 420, VHRC grouping for plunder.
Burn it!
Tasty's Trading Company, Cuddle underscore Bug 89. Thanks, sorry for causing confusion. Spicy Potatoes, Girl underscore WA underscore Gun, GN everyone. Blood Rose, Small Blue Rose, X. Tasty's Trading Company, what underscore did underscore you underscore learn, you're good.
Come fight me, motherfuckers.
My better nature.
Spicy Potatoes, Rangers Oath underscore HR, free. Spicy Potatoes, Rangers Oath underscore HR, book pile, circle levitating. Spicy Potatoes, Girl underscore WA underscore Gun, X.
Fucking loading screen's taking forever.
Spicy Potatoes, Girl underscore WA underscore Gun, cool.
Always worth stocking up.
Tasty's Trading Company, Enraged underscore start, need 2 DPS4 Dread Sale and are not related to the guild one. Tasty's Trading Company, TTV Empire Shadow, am ready for guild run, smiley face.
I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Tasty's Trading Company, pretty terrified, we grouping? Spicy Potatoes, Kind Poodle 87765, eats the crafting recipes
People say
nom.
fish smell bad. I say anything
Blood Rose,
smells bad
Small
when you
Blue
leave
Rose,
out long
VC? Blood Rose, Angelic Knight 420. If not enough, going to group Finder X up for VHRC plunder. Tasty's Trading Company, Enraged underscore start, group Finder. Blood Rose, Angelic Knight 420. In guild chat 1RN will switch to group.
What did
Tasty's
you do to
Trading
Chucky?
Company, TH33 of 1LD34D. I can dread after I fin this dwell daily.
Did you clean Chuck's cage? She might have cleaned his cage. She's pissed. Hi, Blueberry. She's pissed.
Tasty's Trading Company, our Death Gun 90. Anyone heard from C4 or Eagle?
Hello, Rose.
Just catch.
What's
Was
up?
it worth so much? I'd say let's hit it right here.
Hey, Dad, we found a racing game with this.
Did you clean Chuck's cage? Oh, he's upset.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard him I heard it screech across his plexiglass when I looked in there, and he was like, yeah, he's pissed. Whatever you did, you upset him. Or else he's saying, hey, unintention. Hey, hey. He's a baby. Don't we going to... No. Hey. No. Thank you. It's a baby. I'm so happy. Oh my gosh. I said hi when you came in. Hi, hello. I didn't enable my mic.
It's okay, fam.
Yeah, that's fine.
I guess I'm gonna just queue in group finder.
There's a rat in my hoodie.
That almost hits the air conditioner.
Yeah.
I'll just watch YouTube and wait, I guess.
Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, grouping for Trial X to join. Spicy Potatoes, Rangers Oath _HR, what are all y'all up to? Tasty's Trading Company, Dark _Horse MMA 55, X. Tasty's Trading Company, Mr. Uranium Fire, X. Tasty's Trading Company, Shusha 3, X Healer. Tasty's Trading Company, TTV Empire Shadow, X. Spicy Potatoes, Kindpoodle87765, trying to make bank. Tasty's Trading Company, what_did_you_learn, X. Spicy
We have an
potatoes,
irradiated
penguin pepper, maps.
ghoul and Mr. Uranium Fire
Spicy
in one of my
potatoes, admire
guilds.
my hate,
I
Oagali
wonder if it's the
Casca.
same person.
What's
Spicy
up?
potatoes, emerald mist
Oh, I was telling my
67,
husband how we
decorated.
have a irradiated ghoul and a Mr. Uranium Fire in my other guild, and I was wondering if
Spicy potatoes,
they were the same
Uncle
person.
_Ibel, Casca, eh? No
Maybe
king
there's no
shaming.
telling with how many people got multiple
Tasty's
accounts.
Trading Company, Cuddle_Bug89, X. Tasty's Trading Company, Pretty Terrified, X.
I don't know though. Honestly, if we don't get a group together by 8:30, I'm probably just gonna build.
Spicy potatoes, penguin pepper, yo, that word doesn't mean the animal. Spicy potatoes, admire my hate, I got a thing for tough women. Spicy potatoes, Uncle_Ibel, hee hee.
She is active tonight. She is all over the place. She's been
Spicy
all over my
potatoes,
chest,
admire
up
my
my
hate, Casca, a
shoulders,
whole unit of a women.
and
Spicy
my shoulder
potatoes, admire
holes.
my hate, kinda. Your group is now a large group. Tasty's Trading Company, Klausmos, im at maken Malabal tour if interested. Spicy potatoes, admire my hate, an animal. Spicy potatoes, Uncle_Ibel, yeah. But I don't think I'd want one that could literally tear my face off if she got mad. Eggbeater 2000, zone, anyone selling Dreyug waxes for 1k gold? Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, need 1 tank 1 DPS. Spicy potatoes, admire my hate, that's a turn on. If you can dominate that, you can't fear SHT. Tasty's Trading Company, icy_veins, what trial? Tasty's Trading Company, Teak Mofos, which trier? Tasty's Trading Company, icy_veins, ill tank. Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, NSDR gear run need tank and DPS.
Dog Bond says X.
X Dick Nose. Tasty's Trading Company, our Death Gun 90, Dreadsail Reef. Spicy potatoes, Rangers Oath_HR, I'm going on a camping trip tomorrow, so y'all better behave while I'm gone. Spicy potatoes, admire my hate, we're all adult here, just no alcohol. Spicy potatoes, Mortem_67, party at the Gill House. Tasty's Trading Company, I farmed, if no DPS join I will. Tasty's Trading Company, TH33 of 1LD34D, haven't done many trials but could try DPS. Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, need 1 DPS NDSR. Spicy potatoes, small blue rose, no parents for the weekend? Group, Pickled pickles, am as fickle as a pickle.
Yeah. My husband's about to vacuum, so I'm gonna mute myself real quick.
Spicy potatoes, Rangers Oath _HR, if I come back and all my liquor is somehow frozen in the freezer. IMA know what happened. Spicy potatoes, Mortem _67, Toga. Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, full tie everyone. Spicy potatoes, Emerald Mist _67, don't worry, I got you HR. Booze Cruise, Batty 2BA Beer, Reliquins Guards. Spicy potatoes, Uncle _Ival, nah. I just steal one battery out of anything I can find. Bloodrose, tin _0 NESH0T.
Or snakes on a plane. Which one?
Spicy potatoes, Rangers Oath _HR, LOL a menace. Booze Cruise, Yellowhammer 43, Cyroria's bow. Spicy potatoes, Small Blue Rose, I didn't see anything. Spicy potatoes, Uncle _Ival, or even just flip the batteries in the TV remote. Spicy potatoes, Rangers Oath _HR, joke's on you. I have no clue where my TV remote is. It just automatically comes on when I turn my PS on LOL. Spicy potatoes, Uncle _Ival, hee hee. Same here. I'm using my Phil's TV. And no idea where the remote is. Spicy potatoes, admire my hate. Roku on the other hand, just borrow the neighbor's remote. Booze Cruise, Rich Swag _20, Ola Rhymes Ring. Booze Cruise, Sign and Sinner, Rich Swag you done? Booze Cruise, Rich Swag _20, Gallon Weiss Paulgrens. Bloodrose, he underscore B underscore Lee 2. Sorry, controller was acting up and I couldn't reply SMH.
Are we meeting? Talking to the group. I love you. Thank you.
Your anger is valid. At 15, your family likely hid your dad's mental illness struggles from you, so you wouldn't have that understanding that the rest have. But that means you have a different view of the situation than them. Don't let them make you feel guilty about it. Damn, I wish the siblings could read this one, because I do think it does sound like OP was kind of completely in the dark about this. We still need your father, as you are not...
Booze Cruise, Rich Swag underscore 20. No, I can run another. Your group is now a large group. Bloodrose, Nevermore Madness, X. Bloodrose, Sinya Vertal, what's VHRC?
What's this? Keep a note on you if you're going out
Did you get Never? Oh,
How am I supposed to get Never when it's been 30
was
fucking
this?
minutes? It took y'all.
I didn't. Don't be crabby. Take your Midol.
The warrior and his army of old
You
Yakuna
really do
claim
need a
the
bowl,
citadel
mister.
of Hellra. Leave and live.
Did you get yourself some weed today?
Trespass and die.
Bloodrose,
Nah, man,
Nevermore
I still
Madness,
got
Red Trial Hell RA.
I've spent 3 days without.
You need to meditate.
My soldiers of sand and steel will strip your flesh.
Are you down to
Need
run
some
it
type of
twice?
Structure, man. I mean, we just lost
Bloodrose,
one. I'll
Senior
kick him
Vertal.
out.
Oh,
I guess,
okay.
grab Never.
You're fire. Tell him.
Tier. I wouldn't even go to their funeral. I would find something better to do with the day. I think they're gonna say it in this comment right here. But the only thing I was thinking is like, bro, 15.
You gotta try to be serious.
This shit, like, you gotta play the game where, like, yes, if you want to go no contact with them, 100%, bro, not the a-hole. That's mad fucked up. Someone asked it in chat. That's a good question. I want to know what they did to get in there. I wonder, maybe. Oh, they count has been suspended. Sad. I wanted to know what he did. Don't get me wrong. I do think sometimes there are kids where not this type of program, but like boarding school. Like, not gonna lie, guys, I had somebody, honestly, like in my family, but like probably like a something cousin 3 times removed or something. We had a cousin who was wild, and he was doing some shit where like a certain point the parents were like, you gotta send him to boarding school. But I don't think they were doing like psychological and physical abuse. It was just like, hey, you have to wear a uniform. It's a much more like rigid program. At least from the way that.
Did you hear me earlier, babe?
come farther than those feeble undaunted, but you will fall just the same.
Spicy potatoes, Rangers Oath _HR. Alright taters, I need to get some last minute camping stuff done. I might be back on later. But if I don't see y'all, behave. LOL. Spicy potatoes, Emerald Mist _67, OP. Have fun if we don't see ya. Tasty's Trading Company, I'm Nightfox, auction on me.
Please go. Thank you. Run. Barrier. Go crazy.
My flame.
Now better get out there with
more madness, leave well was alone. Code Ninja 22 says, only skull. Boost Cruise, crazy_Willie12, Hall of Fab Norm. Tasty's Trading Company, hotmess_on Aquest, is Discord supposed to be empty?
Burn in our rekindled fury!
They used to put chest.
Flames of Yokuda, take you!
Yosa 2074, mech tips, poke shit, kill shit, heal shit, and don't stand in stupid, also smile as you die. Smiley face.
Fire bests the sharpest blade!
Tasty's Trading Company, hotmess_on Aquest. The emoji said something about a housing contest you need to be on Discord to see. All I see is an empty lobby. Ruth Spectrin01, you running Hollow Farm? Tasty's Trading Company, Dark_Horse MMA 55, Masted Behemoth Painting, Wood. Group, Nevermore Madness, don't touch statues. We're not doing HM.
Shahai of a first-rank Onse sank Yakuza. This warrior Shahai is beyond first rank. The cast weathers a rain of swords. From Aegis to cudgel.
Bloodrose, tin_0NESH0T, welcome to Guild. Nosa2074 says, ignore the ads. Bloodrose, Reezy_Doves, Ty 4 having me.
Mountain falls. Falls. Burn Yokuda's remaining life.
Not see that one. Somebody's done that so bad.
Nosa2074 says, good job, everyone.
The serpent belongs
Nosa2074 says,
we
thank
will
you.
Stop him, not murder
Group,
him.
Nevermore Madness, GGS.
Falling behind
Group, Angelic Knight 420, GGS everyone. Group, Small Blue Rose, Ring of the Advancing Yokita. Group, Small Blue Rose, Sabotance of the Advancing Yokita. Group, Small Blue Rose, Ether Shoes of Destruction. Group, Small Blue Rose, Greaves of the Advancing Yokita. Group, Small Blue Rose, Gauntlets of the Advancing Yokita. Bloodrose, Nevermore Madness, welcome to Bloodrose. Group, Seaman 1974 EX. Group, Small Blue Rose, Ether Gloves of Destruction. Group, Tokyo Tsunami, I Need It. Group, Small Blue Rose, Pauldron of the Advancing Yokita. Group, Small Blue Rose, Ophidian Helmet of Venom. Group, Small Blue Rose, Ether Hat of Destruction. Group, Small Blue Rose, Ether Hat of Destruction. Bloodrose, Angelic Knight 420, welcome. Group, Small Blue Rose, Ether Axe of Destruction. Group, Small Blue Rose, Dagger of the Eternal Yokita. Group, Small Blue Rose, Restoration Staff of the Eternal Yokita. Group, Tokyo Tsunami, ring, shoe, and leg. Group, Tokyo Tsunami, please. Blood Rose, Soulless Knights 0, tie for invite, smiley face. Blood Rose, Sinya Verdal, welcome. Group, Small Blue Rose, come and trade. Group, Seaman 1974, TYFG. Group, Pickled Pickles, thanks for group. Booze Cruise, Casper Finest, NDSR Gear Run in GF. Blood Rose, the Pink Ranger 3, welcome. Blood Rose, Angelic Knight 420, if need gear, food, potion, poison, or furnishings, LMK. Your group is no longer a large group.
My friend, you've outdone us.
Group, Tokyo Tsunami, thank you. Group, Small Blue Rose, NP.
Useful. Hold on to that.
Looking for it.
Elder Gamma dash underscore dash zone, Velofi Tapestry, Waterfall.
Because it makes it easier for the child to get a passport and travel to see me. She said she researched it, and it would be easier if my name wasn't on the birth certificate because I'd have to travel there to sign up forms for passport, and it takes a while, and that's a lot of expenses. I told her that I'm willing to pay it, and I prefer my name be on the birth certificate, to which she was displeased. We got into another argument, and she sent me a message stating it's not her out to get me. It's what's best for the child, etc. I didn't respond. Instead, I did research and made a PowerPoint presentation disproving what she said with credible references, etc. She, in response, made a Word document stating
Elder
it's not
Gamer
personal and that everything
Zone.
Trump is
Found
doing
this while
would
you
make
were on break.
citizenship
Smiley
easier
face.
for the child. Bear in mind, she is an American citizen born and raised. Maybe I have a really bad understanding of citizenship, and yes, Trump is fucking everything up right now for citizenship because he's a moron. But
Even if I
in
don't
theory,
get any
as
fights,
long as the
watching
kid's
them
born
dart
in
around,
America,
I don't
that
know,
kid is an American
relaxes
citizen,
me.
right? If you're born on the land, you are a citizen, but it sounds like he is trying to do stuff that would make it harder to be an American citizen.
Slew 4120
Okay, so,
Zone.
don't get me wrong,
Is
I
that
do
the
not side
three-piece
with her.
one?
Everything she's doing is sketchy. That being said, her point about Trump and citizenship
Impressive.
kind of makes sense. Is
See,
that what we're saying?
work
So
is
her
for people who don't know how to
concerns
fish.
might be valid, but she is a little sketchy with it. Like, I will say, guys, I think her insistence on this is a little bit, like, question mark. She also mentioned about her insurance that it would be cheaper if my name wasn't on it. I responded with more research disproving what she had said,
RLLCJ
but then
Zone.
she said
Launder
it
it.
would make things easier in case emergencies happen, and she needs consent from the father. I told her I'd sign a consent form that she can have in her phone, but then she said she's not sure she wants to do that as it's
Tasty's
extra
Trading
work for
Company.
her.
Winter
And
Gray
I can just
Beard.
add my name
Exemplary
later in
bloodthirsty
life when I
necklace.
figure out my citizenship status. I told her there's no need for that, and not having my name there is taking away my right as a father. She then said the job of a father is to be there, and I won't be there consistently, and she'll have to raise him, and it's what's best for him and her. I've been looking into getting my stay there as a teacher, but I lack teaching experience as I am a recent graduate as of next month. Are there any parents here, fathers that can offer advice? What should I do? Anyone experience anything like this? I don't
Elder
want
Gamer
any
dash
bashful
underscore
comments
dash
about
zone.
her.
Below
Just
Phi
need
Triptych.
some solid
Geyser.
advice. Yeah, I mean, I think you guys were saying it in chat. I could see it when I was asking some of my questions. I think a paternity test is merited here. Like, don't get me wrong, I am very much against the men who are like, every guy.
Elder Gamer dash underscore dash zone. No, that is.
Sketchy. Her persistence to not have you in this child's life, red. Whether it is the paternity thing, or maybe you are the father, very big red flag that she is trying to, like, almost give
Slew
you
4120
no
Zone.
physical
What's that run?
that kid is yours. Very, very sketchy shit. She needs to get, like, a condom brand sponsor. Because this is what I break it into. And this story is sponsored by Trojan. Are you 20 years old and don't want to be in a fucky-wucky situation like this? You should wrap it and tap it, baby. Yo, someone clip that and send that to Trojan. That's my little, like,
Can leave
brand new
possessions
reel.
with this
Dude,
stuff.
that would integrate so well into my fucking videos, too. Like, hit me up, condom brands. Guys, I kind of want to go look at the comments here. So this person says, that child ain't yours, bro. So we're all kind of on the same page. Ooh, this person says either she isn't pregnant and is just BSing you along to scam for money later, or she is trying to get you to break things off. Don't do anything more until you can go out there and get a paternity test done. One, to make sure if there is a child that is yours. And once that has been established by test, that you then can petition the court to have your name listed as the father and have visitation orders. Sue her and get a court-ordered paternity test to establish paternity and get on that paper, or don't. Those are your options. Either way, she's treating you like a gold-digging parasite.
Elder Gamer dash underscore dash zone. 4.5 M low side.
To start the forensic alienation early. This is above Reddit's pay grade. This is go to a lawyer when you found
Slew
out.
4120 Zone K.
You did double major in mathematics. You should have probably chosen biology instead. If she spent a few days with you, then found out she was pregnant a few days after returning home, it's highly unlikely that you got her pregnant. You are talking about a timescale covering less than 2 weeks. She was pregnant before she came to visit
You know what that's good for.
Ask for a scan picture in the hospital report confirming how far along she is in her pregnancy. Or you can wait and believe her when she gives birth at 8 months pregnant to a full-term baby. Y'all, I did not know enough about pregnancies to be able to call that shit out, so I'm glad the comments did. Okay, based off that comment, I'm putting my money in the hat for this is not OP's kid. Although, like, I do have to say, isn't it just easier to be like, yeah, I fucking cheated on you, fucking yo kid. She's already trying to weed him out, and she's really trying to get this dude to, like, fuck
Once had a new angler ask me the best time to fish. Easy answer, I said. It's right now.
Okay, let's just go on to these updates, guys. I'm very curious where this goes. Update 1. Before I go any further, I'd like to confirm or clear up a few things. 1. The aim was never to put down or talk down at anyone. I genuinely needed help, and I wanted to know if anyone had experienced anything similar, or maybe get an American perspective to see if I'm overreacting,
Hello.
or if I don't know certain things. 2. The
I
trip
think you
hurt
created
me
an
up to
issue.
the 14th. She said she felt weird around the 19th, and around the 22nd she did a test and got a faint positive. Did several more tests and still positive. So 8 days later? Yeah, based off what the comments were saying and how possible that is, there's no way. 3. For those saying honor thing, I get it from your perspective, but where I'm from, it's the greatest joy. Joy is a guy to have a child carry on your name. It's comparable to winning the lottery, and it's normally criticized if the opposite occurs, unless the father is a deadbeat or paternity is uncertain. I understand from the other perspective that the woman carries the child and it should be afforded to her as well. That's why my main issue is not the last name, but me not being on the birth certificate, because I legally have no right to the child. 4, I know I should have used a condom. It's entirely on me. I fully accept that. All right, guys, like I said, sometimes I have that stupid man brain. I will say, I feel like if I have a kid, I would really, really like it to have my last name somewhere in there. I would be perfectly fine if, like, my wife wanted to keep her last name, perfectly fine with that. If my wife wanted to hyphenate, perfectly fine with that. Taking my name completely out, I would be a little buttered, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I do fully agree, by the way. Like, the woman's the one who carries the child. If anything, it makes more sense for her last name to be the one. But a little part of my ego does want my kid to have my last name. I kind of agree with him here. Some pretty solid advice was offered, all with the suggestion of a paternity test and legal actions. I had fully intended to get a paternity test done at birth to rule out that fear from my mind. To be honest, Sarah has never given me a reason to doubt her in the past. Always has been the clingy type, which I have no problem with, who wants to talk on the phone 24/7. I suggested to her to go out sometime and make friends, as I didn't want her college experience to be remembered as just talking to a boy. That said, we were long distance, so I'm not 100% sure absolutely nothing happened. I will be doing the test, but to do it now is pretty expensive, as thousands of dollars equates to millions of JMD.
Yeah.
So cheaper, I get it done at birth. I've had a talk with Sarah explaining how I feel about the situation, and I'm willing to meet her in the middle so long as my name remains on the birth certificate. To which she remarked, it's just a piece of paper, and it doesn't affect me being allowed to visit or not. I asked her how she would feel if roles were reversed, and she said it would suck, but she's not the father and cannot be in my shoes, only hers, and gotta do what's best for her and saves her less work. So I don't think I'll win there. She has said she'd be willing to give the child my last name, but will not list me on the birth certificate because it's easier. A grounds for this is because I'm not a citizen and won't be present full-time for at least 2 years. I fully plan on being there, but like I said, I'm lacking experience, so I had planned on getting that while doing my master's, then migrate to be a lecturer to earn enough money to support them both. For those who said I'm only doing it for the papers, I initially asked Sarah if she would be willing to live in Jamaica, to which she said no because she has all of her family back home. So I decided to leave mine in order to make it work. After explaining everything and basically pouring my heart out, she says she thinks I'm emotionally manipulating her. I don't know, man. This whole thing is stressful. No, I don't think he is emotionally manipulating her at all. I think his requests are pretty fucking valid. They're pretty standard, actually. Judas Love, too much work is pissing me off. That's how I feel, too. This whole thing is kind of pissing me off.
Blood Rose, Dog Bunzy 555, VHRC anyone looking for Buddy.
The only one that might be quote-unquote unreasonable is if he was trying to manipulate her into moving to Jamaica, but he's so totally willing to do everything on her terms, but she won't even meet him at, like, the baseline of what those terms should be, which is name on the birth certificate and some shared last name, even if it's hyphenated. Is she white? Is this racism? I don't know, Althea. I think her parents are. Her parents low-key could be racist. Let's just do the update, guys. Update 2, I just told my parents. I haven't told them since the start of this, due to the fact that this entire thing
Blood
is
Rose,
crazy,
Small
and I know
Blue
they
Rose,
too would find
sure
the
let me
situation
put my
very
rat
weird.
away.
It wasn't the easiest saying, hey, I have a kid, but won't have a kid legally to them, but they pretty much grasped the situation. Their advice was to work with whatever demands the mother makes or whatever works for the mom, as it's primarily the mom that has all the power, but what matters guess you take it where
King
you
Rady,
get it.
Zone,
I really
new
hope
guild
I
looking
figured
for
all
more
this
members.
out. Some people were
We
saying
do
ghost
all
her or not
PvP
be
and
there, but
PvE
what if his
content.
kid is mine? I can't
We
just
have a full
simply
craft
up and
hall and
leave and
Discord for
abandon it. I
members
made
and a free
mistake,
trader
and
as
a
well,
result, it's
guild,
here.
the
It never
Lucky
asked
Coin.
to be here, so I gotta man up, you know.
Blood
Just
Rose,
need to be sure
Nevermore
it's my son.
Madness,
I'll
X.
update you as life progresses. Hopefully she doesn't
Blood
see
Rose,
this, and if anyone else is going
Flamabia
through this, I
X.
pray you get through it. You guys are gonna have to help me keep an eye on this one, cause damn, I respect the fuck out of
Blood
OP
Rose,
for that
Small Blue
perspective
Rose,
on not
X.
just abandoning the kid. Any Redditor that was telling him to ghost them is like fucked up as shit. Yeah, if you're not gonna hire a lawyer, best action is to try to talk it out in person and be there for the birth, get the paternity test, and then just keep doing what you're doing so that if that kid is yours, in 2 years you can fit your timeline and be in America so that you can help raise your kid. But wow, am I the a-hole for getting my coworker banned from the office microwave? So I, 27 male, work in an office with an open break room, and we have one communal microwave. It's a normal microwave. It does microwave things. Nothing special. Enter Greg.
Your group is now a large
Greg
group.
has recently decided he's a culinary innovator.
That's the
And
type
for
of
some
guess
reason,
we're
he thinks
bragging
the
about.
office microwave is his personal
Damn.
test kitchen. It started small. He'd microwave weird things, like boiled.
Oxy_Moxie, Zone, come on down and join the guild, Knights of Grove. We got them weekly events, those 50-50 raffles, a crafting hall with all tables, and many more goodies. Blood Rose, Flamabia Alita, no room, I will catch the next one.
And to the thing going today.
That's what I'm saying. It's like really depressing. Fucking Citadel.
Group, Nick Ryan 0412, can switch to healer if needed. Blood Rose, Kawada Farms 1, what's up chat? Group, Nevermore Madness, that'd be great Nick. Blood Rose, tin_0NESH0T, SA. Group, Nick Ryan 0412, X. Tasty's Trading Company, Shusha 3, per lesson Sabatons. Blood Rose, Nevermore Madness, hey hey. Tasty's Trading Company, our Death Gun 90, Jerkin of the Depths. Tasty's Trading Company, our Death Gun 90, Pillager's Robe. Tasty's Trading Company, our Death Gun 90, Robe of the Depths. Tasty's Trading Company, Shusha 3, Breeches of the Depths. Tasty's Trading Company, our Death Gun 90, per lesson Girdle. Tasty's Trading Company, our Death Gun 90, per lesson Girdle. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, Day fellas and ladies, smiley face. Tasty's Trading Company, Chusha 3, Pillager's Sash. Tasty's Trading Company, Chusha 3, Pillager's Epaulets. Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, Hey C4, Laughing Face. Tasty's Trading Company, our Death Gun 90, per lesson sabotants. Tasty's Trading Company, No Empathy, Hello C4. Tasty's Trading Company, our Death Gun 90, Shoes of the Depths. Tasty's Trading Company, Shusha 3, Robe of the Depths. Tasty's Trading Company, Repia Yulsayan, are those new sets? Tasty's Trading Company, Repia Yulsayan, I literally have none of those. Tasty's Trading Company, No Empathy, Hiya Lil Housewife. Blood Rose, Nevermore Madness, we have room Flamma. What's your role? Tasty's Trading Company, No Empathy, Same Paul LOL. Tasty's Trading Company, Icy_Veins, no. Tasty's Trading Company, Icy_Veins, like 3 DLCs old.
Everything else I'm like, nah, but that one, I kind of agree with. I tried to keep my cool, but she wouldn't stop. She kept ranting on and on. She clearly could tell it was bothering me. Eventually I had enough and I snapped. I figured this was a perfect time to get payback for her shaming me.
Tasty's Trading Company, I farm, if you need a DPS again LMK. Sorry I stopped resing people and took 70% off the boss.
Instead of keeping it, she aborted it to make sure nobody else knew. The whole room went completely silent. My sister got upset and excused herself from the table and left the house. My mom immediately started yelling at me for bringing up the past and ruining what should have been a happy evening. I honestly don't feel bad though. My sister has been putting on this holier-than-thou act for years, preaching morality while hiding.
Tasty's Trading Company, I farm, I saw a potential wipe and chose 2 kill over wipe C.
I have never seen a clearer everybody fucking sucks here than this one. Boyfriend sucks for being a group.
Hellenes, Zone, Orbic Amber 12K, Perfect Grow 12K, Paquito 5K, Mastic 100G, Ethereal Dust 70K, Zircon Plating 750G, Chrome Plating 4.3K, Drugwax 1K, Rosin 1K, Kuda 1.4K, Tempering LA 2.5K, Mundane Rune 200G, Heartwood 200G, Columbine 200G, I buying send mail COD 4 gold.
Fan of the sister. I think the sister is focused on the wrong fucky-wucky here. The fucky-wucky isn't that God will judge you. The fucky-wucky is that this man is grooming your little sister. Wow, just what a fucking... What are the comments saying? She lives in a glass house. She ought to know better than to throw stones. Well, this person's going not the a-hole. Are we just not going to mention the fact that... Okay, finally. Thank you. We're on the same wave. Whole family's fucked. The Bible Belt is on a different planet, I swear to
I think you
God.
gotta change it to that.
In the Bible Belt. This is in fucking,
I gotta
like,
get out of
Alabama.
here, guys.
Shit, bro, they're probably cousins.
Tasty's Trading Company, Lord Crypto, LOL need DPS and healer vet cost last boss. Ibyoyal 2, Zone, WTB Dash, Ethereal Dust, 50Ka, Pakijo, 5Ka, Perfect Grow, 7Ka, Orbic Amber, 9Ka, Potent Nerncrux, 5Ka. Please cut all, love. Tasty's Trading Company, I farm, X.
Of course, this is best of Redditor updates. This one does have an update, but stick around for 9 more absolutely
Ibyoyal 2, Zone, WTB Dash, Tempering Alloy, 1.5Ka, Dread Wax, 1Ka, Kuda, 1.3Ka, Chromium Plating, 3Ka. Please cut any amount.
He's up to something. I'm really hoping, based off of the little that I read of this, it's going to be a very, very wholesome story. I could be very wrong. I like to be just as surprised with these stories as you guys are when I read them live, but we shall see. All right, chat. You know the drill. Let's lock in here. Am I the a-hole for cutting all contact with my family because of a prank? The original post was posted on December 18th, 2024. So I posted
Tasty's Trading Company, Squishy Shadow, X-Healer.
Here's what happened. I, 27 female, have always had a complicated relationship with my family. They've always been the type of people who think any joke is fine as long as someone laughs, no matter who gets hurt. Over the years, I've tried to brush it off and not let it bother me too much. much, but this time they crossed the line I can't ignore.
Asset
Recently, I
_X
achieved
zone
something big
sook
in
it.
my life. I bought my first home after saving for years. It's something I worked incredibly hard for, sacrificing vacations, nights out, and basically anything extra to make it happen. I was beyond proud of myself and excited to finally have a place to call my own. Naturally, I wanted to share this milestone with my family, even though our relationship has always been rocky. A few weeks ago, we had a family dinner to celebrate my new home. Everything seemed fine at first. They congratulated me, asked me about the house, and seemed genuinely happy for me.
Group
But
Steel
halfway
Monkey
through the
50
night,
change
my
to
brother,
vet.
30 male, and sister, 25 female, handed me an envelope. They said it was a surprise to help me with my house. I opened it, and inside was what looked like a legal notice stating
Tasty's
that my
Trading
house
Company
purchase had been
Persephone Star
canceled
X
because of a
DPS.
clerical error, and that it was now being
Tasty's
sold to
Trading
someone
Company
else.
and
It
underscore
even
Thomas
had an
74
official-looking
forecast.
letterhead,
Place
my
a marker
name,
at the
and
center of the
details
room or
about
3.
the house. I was in complete shock. Everyone around the table
Tasty's
started laughing,
Trading
and my brothers
Company
yelled,
Enraged
"Gotcha!"
underscore Start
Turns out
X
they had faked the
DPS.
letter and thought it would be hilarious to see my reaction. I burst into tears, which
Group
only
Massa
made them
Premium,
laugh
yes.
harder. Okay, damn, that is... Yo, when someone cries, you don't laugh harder. They even recorded the whole thing on their phones and post on social
Where'd
media.
Tim go?
Double whammy. That's fucked up. When I
Oh,
finally
he's
managed to
back.
speak, I told them
He's
how cool
dead.
this was buying this house.
Got
It's
it.
the biggest thing I've ever done, and they turned it into a joke at my expense.
Tasty's
Their
Trading
response?
Company
You're
and
so
underscore
sensitive,
Thomas
it was just a
74.
prank.
It will help you
Lighten up.
find your way
I
out of the
left the dinner
catacombs.
early, completely heartbroken. A few days later, I decided I'd had enough. This wasn't the first time they pulled off a prank like this.
What the
Over the
fuck's
years,
going
they've
on?
humiliated me countless times, once ruining a job interview outfit by accidentally spilling coffee on it. Another time pretending to lose my dog just to see me panic. I cut
Group
off all
Nevermore
contact. I
Madness.
didn't
Thank
make a
you will
scene.
switch
I
once
just
we're out of
stopped responding to
GRP Finder.
messages, blocked them on social media, and declined invites to family events. Now I'm getting guilt-tripping messages from extended family
Group
saying
Dog
I'm being
Bonzi
selfish and
555.
tearing the
She will
family
change to
apart.
vet.
My mom even left me a voicemail crying about how
Charlie
much she misses
underscore
me and
Zimbo
begging me to
Zone
come
Guild
back.
Core
Once
Uptime
we're
is
out of
recruiting
group
solid
This
players
prank felt
looking
like
to grow
final
and clear
straw, and I get to
content.
see how I can
Change
trust them again.
Join us
Am I the
today.
a-hole for cutting off my family over this
Oh,
prank? Okay, here's the thing, chat. Here is what I will say. The prank that
people are in there already.
kind of mid in my
They
opinion.
gotta
The
get out in
presentation
order
of
to
that,
change it.
there's no
I
way
always
you
wonder if they're
actually
thankful
believe
that
them.
today's
That
not
being
their
said,
day.
these pranks are fucking crazy. These are the pranks that are worth going no contact with people. Ruining a job interview outfit by accidentally spilling coffee on it. You're literally fucking with their career. Pretending to lose their dog. Bro, if my family pretended to lose my cat, I would fucking rain hellfire upon them. That is crazy. This prank that just happened shouldn't have happened because you should have cut them off after those pranks. Like I said, guys, I was reading that prank and I was like, all right. Me personally, if I saw that, I'd be like, this is a pretty stupid prank, guys. I get that it's kind of diminishing her accomplishments for sure, but we've seen some terrible pranks on this channel. Not too bad, in my opinion. But in terms of, are you the a-hole for cutting off your family? No. I think you should have cut them off a long time ago. You should have given them the snip years ago. The fact that they laughed at OP crying, that's not family, they're your tormentors. That's a good point, Matt. So it's not even the pranks at this point, it's how the family goes about treating you, which that was probably the most disrespectful part. Prank is just a more presentable way of saying terrorize. That is a hot take. I actually kind of agree with that. Like, listen, I prank my boys. I think a prank here or there is kind of fun. That being said, there's a time and a place. Being a good prankster, part of that is just being good at, like, reading the room. And these people
Thank you.
clearly did not read the room, bro. Pranks are not for everyone.
Otherwise,
That's the
I
other
wouldn't
part
be
to it,
doing
too.
it.
Is like, you don't prank someone who hates to get pranked. Is OP Meg Griffin? Dude, this is literally Meg Griffin from Family Guy. You're totally fucking right, Sammy. We have one top comment from Best Confidence 1560. You're rightfully upset because it wasn't a prank. It was bullying. It was a joke BS is something every bully does to justify humiliating people. They thought it would be fun to upset you on your big night and then take videos of it and post it on social media. Oh yeah, I didn't even address that. Posting something like that where someone has a bad reaction is honestly just a bad look for you, bro. Why would you post on social media the fact that you're just like an awful person? And your mother
Tasty's
is crying
Trading
that she
Company,
misses you.
I
No, she had
farm,
an
smiley
opportunity there
face.
to rip them a new one about their behavior and about treating you with kindness and respect, and she thought it would be better to go along with the prank. You deserve better than this. I'm glad you finally decided to call an end to their bullying. Don't let them or any extended family members pressure you into doing anything you don't want to do. I'm sorry that they couldn't just be happy for you and your achievement. Congratulations on your new home. OOP updated the post December 22nd, 2024, 4 days after the original post. I wanted to provide an update because things have escalated in ways I never expected. After I went no contact with my
Group
family,
Dog Bonzi 555. Smoke a bowl. We will be ready shortly.
Alright, I guess if you insist. I mean, it wasn't my idea. It was his. He told me to do it.
One evening, I caught them standing outside my house with their phones out, recording themselves while yelling things like, "She can't take a joke," and "Let's see how long she can hide." It felt
Group
more like
SH me XY not me XY. The Master's perfected sword.
that is harassment. I would just
Tasty's Trading Company, Lord Crypto, THX. They tried him twice prior to leaving. LOL.
if you want some sort of restraining order,
Group SH me XY not me XY. The Master's perfected shield.
harassing you. The final straw came when I discovered
Group
my
SH me XY not me XY. Ice Staff of the Powerful Assault.
caught my brother and sister doing
Group SH me XY not me XY. Nazare guys. Blood Rose, Small Blue Rose. Are y'all in BC? Group SH me XY not me XY. Saxonal Champions perfected Flaras. Tasty's Trading Company. I farm. Anyone else need a DPS? LOL.
They took my statement, reviewed the footage from my security camera, and agreed that this behavior was unacceptable. My siblings were contacted
Group
and
Dog
warned to stay
Bunzy
away from me.
555. Yup about you switch to GC.
Messages, calling me a snitch and accusing me of tearing the family apart. Some of my extended family members are siding with them, saying I should have just talked it out instead of involving the police.
Blood Rose,
But
never
others,
more
especially
madness.
those
We
who've seen the
traveled
footage,
in but
are
waiting on a
horrified and
healer.
fully support my decision. Bro, post that shit on social media. If they want to post their dumb shit
Tasty's
videos
Trading Company. I farm. I used to run that trifecta all the time. Cost was my old favorite.
egging my car thinking this is a prank. Oh, hey, and while you're at it, here are their ads. Go tell them how unbearably wrong
Group
they are.
10_0NESH0T. Let's do this.
I feel a mix of relief and sadness. It's hard to accept that my own family can treat me this way, but I also feel safer knowing I've taken steps to protect myself. I'm focusing
Blood
on
Rose,
building a new
never
life
more
for my
madness.
surrounding
Ready
myself
now.
with people who respect and support me. To anyone out there struggling with toxic family dynamics, you're not alone. It's okay to set boundaries to protect your peace. That hurts. That hurts, chat. There probably could be some new posts. Should we check for an update on that? Okay, there's no update on that currently. Is it
Come
bad,
on,
chat, that I
steroid
low-key
kitty.
want them to have an update
To
where
the
they're like,
bridge.
yeah, like press charges, sue them for harassment, like, is it bad I want the nuclear option, chat? Oh, I never said it, but not the a-hole. That's a pretty easy, not the a-hole. Am I overreacting because my boyfriend prayed to Trump at my family's dinner? We have a 20 female OP. Boyfriend. Original post December 27th, 2020. My first time I've ever done this, so I don't get why it had to be done in front of me or my family. We disagree on some things politically, but he never liked Trump either. Am I overreacting in our text or reevaluating our
Jackal.
relationship? Alright guys, bear with me.
Damn,
This is
Jimmy.
a text
Slacker.
transcription, so I'm gonna be jumping between who's texting what, and I'll try to
You
be
said
as
smoke
fast
a
as
bowl, so
possible.
now I gotta fix a bowl.
Hey, are you home
Booze
yet?
Cruise,
Yeah.
Forsaken 180. Bad.
Oh,
I'm
Jimmy's
still
in
kind of
guild.
off-put by the prayer.
Guild chat.
Was that a joke? Deadass couldn't tell. Boyfriend, what's funny about it? OP, it was a prayer to fucking Donald Trump. Like, why?
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, it's his job to
Tasty's Trading Company. Squishy Shadow. Actually like that one
Oh,
myself as well.
switching so we can
The white mech is
color
usually what gets
coordinate.
PPL. The timing can be finicky. Booze Cruise, Batty 2BA beer,
Tell 'em.
sup?
Boyfriend, what do you mean? OP, my parents were confused as hell. Isn't that like false idol or blasphemous, if anything? Boyfriend, if he's ordained by God himself, I don't see the issue.
Tasty's Trading Company. I farm. I watch the map when running. It allows timing.
How do you even help? God doesn't ordain people. You're ordained by like a pope, right? Typically need to contact a religious institution either online or through physical church and complete their ordination. Wait,
Oh, never don't have her wolf.
to
See?
more marriages. So is he saying that
Jimmy got his
anyone
wolf
that's
up.
ordained to do a wedding ceremony can be prayed to? Draken Paladin.
Group, Nevermore Madness. We're on Bridge Rose.
Ordained by God himself, I don't see the issue.
Yeah, sorry.
Obviously,
I'm coming.
OP, but why are we doing this now? You brought this up. OP, no, I mean, why did we start the prayer thing literally today? Boyfriend.
Come on, Lee. Come
I thought
on.
we talked about this. OP, what? We haven't talked about this at all. You had to have known I think it's weird.
Oh, no, you did
Boyfriend, I
not.
said he was saved by God.
You did, you dirty whore.
That it was proof. He was chosen. So I speak to him. I don't see what the issue with this is. Guys, I genuinely can't decide if the boyfriend is gaslighting OP or he's fucking brain dead. What is he saying right now? Like, regardless of what you believe,
Sparkle fingers.
this is fucking nuts. You don't pray to a political figure. Isn't that against the religion? According to most Christian interpretations, the Bible does not support praying to anyone other than God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. Meaning, praying to anyone else, including saints, would not be considered appropriate based on Scripture. There is no
Fourth of July over here.
excuse if he's a Christian to be praying to them. Or any political figure. Let's just leave it at that. I don't see what the issue with this is. OP. You know we disagree politically, so why would you pray to the man in front of my whole family and I? This just seems really out of character. Can I call you instead? Boyfriend.
You have come farther than those feeble undaunted, but you will fall just the same.
I blame Dog because he said to smoke a bowl.
Toot toot.
Tasty's Trading Company. I farmed. Mazatin was my other favorite to run 0.0. Tasty's Trading Company, Soulless Meat Sack. SCP was always one of my faves. Tasty's Trading Company, Lord Crypto. I do like SCP.
Why are you stabbing him in the butt, Ken?
No stab.
Air and sand can cut like
That's a
blades in
statue.
the wind. Rocco 2 will prove this.
Tasty's Trading Company, Soulless Meat Sack. Took my group days to get trifecta back in the day.
I'll save you, Tim. Oh, I can't even teabag you properly. Ah, and I died to
Stand back out of that.
Oh,
Damn. Alright. He said stay the fuck down.
Let's go. My brother was shiver the boo boo.
what?
Booze Cruise, crazy_Willie12, Redsail Reef North. Booze Cruise, LN_Fatal, X. Booze Cruise, Casper Finest, AM Minute.
Sparkle fingers.
go Mars.
I want to crash a little.
Okay, everybody on Archer except for the tank with the dogs. Downstairs, you guys. Only one that should be on the dogs, take the dogs, is the tank.
The dying flame rekindled.
Ken, will you dig that line? You will dig that line. Yeah, okay.
Burn in our rekindled fury. I think this is
Don't ask Ken. He's done light already.
Yeah, we're at 36%.
Tasty's trading company. I farm. Trifecta can be hard.
Oh, hurry up, ladies. I'm waiting on you and stop.
Well, you know this one's going my road.
What's up, bro?
Slumbering beast awakens. Flames of Yokuda, take you!
Running around.
Rise from the ashes!
You can do it.
I don't know what you're doing.
What this dog is doing. He started it already.
Someone touched the butt.
Somebody fucked up.
Oh, he touched the butt. Oh no.
Interesting.
I'll give him that. He knows I stress about money endlessly, so I'm assuming he just agreed to make me feel better about wanting to spend more. What he got her for presents, he honestly did. He was very thoughtful. He got me a purse I've been
Habit down.
Not the same price, but I really and truly am not a gift person, so the thought is 100 times more important. Okay, I feel like this is a bit exciting.
Oh, where's Jimmy at?
Sometimes you not just risk that
I'll
you're
fix you,
wrong.
Jimmy.
Like it sounds like you went to the server with the
I will fix you, Jimmy.
sometimes they've got those things.
I'm
I'm
fixing
really
Jimmy.
hoping that this is a fucking lucky on the husband's part and he doesn't just try his family.
Why is everybody trying to kill me? I was trying to get Jimmy up. I was asking them all to resuscitate me.
Booze Cruise, crazy underscore
trying to
Willie
give
12,
an Aston
5
Martin
Red Tail Reef
resuscitation
Northwood
thing.
Finder. Tasty's Trading Company, I farm, anyone need a DPS or anything crafted?
Get that shit.
Character experience that Loki's having currently. Me personally, and do you guys agree with that? They need a little therapy? Okay, I think everybody needs a little therapy, Frankie, but you're probably right. This isn't divorce worthy, but she needs to have a serious conversation with him. That's how I felt tonight. As long
We
as
got
the
Booty
husband wasn't a
over
complete
here, my
dickhead.
friend.
0T, HS.
Same post, December 26, 2024, the next
We got
day.
testicles.
I spoke with him this morning trying to be very calm. I'm not confrontational by nature, so I put my anger aside and went into it with patience and grace. I asked if he was upset about the guitar, either the brand choice, the appearance, or something. I told him my feelings were hurt when his family made comments, even if unintentionally, that made it seem like I chose a
Tin underscore 0 NESH0T,
I
loot back
explained that I
here.
put a lot of thought and research into the build, the color, everything. So to make sure his first experience with a guitar was very positive. He was shocked to hear that I'd been thinking about it that way. He didn't think twice about what his family said. He apologized for their reaction and his, and explained that his comment about the brand was nothing more than what it seemed. He'd never heard of the brand, that's all. He said he loved it and was caught up on the craziness of Christmas, which is why he hadn't played it yet. It eased my mind a lot. I guess I'm just used to over-the-top reactions in my family. I think I'm still disappointed after a month's worth of excitement building was slashed pretty quickly, but at the end of the day, knowing he likes it makes their opinion mean a lot less. I hope the husband's being genuine. I actually think there is a chance maybe the husband isn't being as genuine, but based off of what we heard, I'd like to give it the benefit of the doubt that this was truly the case, that he didn't even realize that the wife was affected by this, or his reaction, while maybe wasn't the best reaction, it had no malice to it. Yeah, I'm glad we didn't, I don't know if I can say we, but I'm glad I didn't jump to the I truly think this ended as best as it could. It was just a misunderstanding and they needed to communicate. I don't know, maybe his tone was off with her, but good ending. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Black Beauty, it's still a little bit like, hey man, like you could have shown more excitement, but humans have their bad days. I like to think there are a lot more occasions than not where humans are just having off days, they're not thinking about other people's feelings, and there are misunderstandings. People just in general need to have more awareness around certain situations, and you can't expect people to have that awareness all the time. My boyfriend keeps disappearing into the bathroom for an hour or more with a stick of butter, and the butter is gone when he finally comes out. Should give the warning that this is not safe for work, but I want to fucking know where that butter is going. Original post, June 26th, 2020. I've been dating my boyfriend for 2 years and we finally moved in together. Ever since we moved in, I have seen a new side of him. It's a very odd issue and I can't wrap my head around what to do. At first, I started to notice butter was disappearing quickly. I assumed maybe I lost track of how much we had, or maybe he was cooking when I wasn't
Someone
around.
tell
I
Tim
don't know.
to calm his
But
ass
one
down.
night, a few weeks ago, I saw him try to stealthily take a stick of butter from the fridge, which I pretended not to notice. And he took the butter with him into the bathroom. Now, I have noticed my boyfriend spending an hour or more of time in the bathroom since we moved in, but I never saw him take the butter before. I was so confused.
Get him.
When he came out of the bathroom about an hour later,
Some of them
I saw
cheeks.
no sign of butter, but I also saw he did not put the butter back in the fridge. Alright, make your predictions in chat right now. I think he's putting it in chat. For sure. No doubt in my mind, bro's walking.
Oh, yeah. Don't hug the boss. Most everybody should be back here with the on this side. Boss is hard.
Now they're gone. He just acted like it was history and said, by now I was getting very confused, so I started working and made a point saying, you finally have force.
Oh.
This should last for a while. He made no sense.
Yeah, he got it.
I was wrong about how much butter we had left. Finally, one day I got to he took a stick of butter in his bathroom.
Could have fucking ran there for a while. He liked it. Hey, Tim. Funny thing is, Jimmy can't hear my shit talking. Lazy old man. Get my circle, you'll do more damage. I'm gonna do that. What's gonna work? Found him.
Fuck.
You hit like a... Yeah. That did kind of tickle a little bit.
Old block yield, block yield. Blood yield, blood yield.
Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3 CT3RX, free. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3 CT3RX, recipe, Wide-Eye Double Rye. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3 CT3RX, recipe, Froggenmore Zinger Mass. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3 CT3RX, recipe, Park Stay Roast Tea. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3 CT3RX, recipe, Garlic and Pepper Venison Steak. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3 CT3RX, pattern, common basket, open. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3 CT3RX, pattern, book stack, well read. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3 CT3RX, diagram, Breton sconce, sturdy torch. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3 CT3RX, design, carrots, wax. Tasty's Trading Company, a Kimberly, book please.
We will stop them.
Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, White Eye. Tasty's Trading Company,
thank you very much. That was a
wax
great
carrots,
run.
please.
Thank you for the
Tasty's
group.
Trading Company, no empathy,
beat the
sconce
last
please.
Yeah, that was
one on
awesome.
average.
GG's.
Tasty's Trading Company,
beat it
no
by a
empathy,
full minute.
and basket if possible.
Thank you for the group, y'all.
Group, Massa Premium,
GG's.
CYFG.
Thanks for the group.
Culture says CYFG.
Yep, anytime.
Group, Small Blue Rose, Ring
Next.
of the Eternal Yokita. Tasty's Trading Company, a Kimberly, tie. Group, Nevermore Madness, GGS tie everyone. Group, Small Blue Rose, Necklace of the Advancing Yokita. Tasty's Trading Company, that's a big hit, free. Group, tin underscore 0 NESH 0T, GGS. Tasty's Trading Company, that's a big hit, style page, Earthbone Alia Jerkin. Tasty's Trading Company, that's a big hit, style page, Worm Cult Hunter Boots. Group, Small Blue Rose, Ether Gloves of Destruction. Tasty's Trading Company, that's a big hit, style page, Worm Cult Hunter Bracers. Tasty's Trading Company, that's a big hit, style page, Worm Cult Hunter Guards. Group, Small Blue Rose, Girdle of the Advancing Yokita. Tasty's Trading Company, that's a big hit, style page, Worm Cult Hunter Helmet.
I won't go into detail except 3 were in good drivable condition and worth a decent figure, and 2 more were ruined.
Tasty's Trading Company, that's a big hit, style page, Worm Cult Hunter Jack. Group, Small Blue Rose, Girdle of the Advancing Yokita. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3 CT3RX, sent. Group, Small Blue Rose, Pauldron of the Eternal Yokita. Group, Small Blue Rose, Helm of the Advancing Yokita. Group, Small Blue Rose, Bow of the Eternal Yokita. Group, Small Blue Rose, Ice Staff of the Eternal Yokita. Tasty's Trading Company, Illicens, Helm/Boots Please, Smiley Face. Group, Small Blue Rose, Ophidian Restoration Staff of Venom. Tasty's Trading Company, no empathy, thanks Quantum. Laughing Face. Tasty's Trading Company, Illicens, and thanks. Your group is no longer a large group. Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, hey Illicit. Tasty's Trading Company, Illicens, Yoza. Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, Head Empathy, Smiley Face. Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, hey Asterisk. Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, how you all doing today? Tasty's Trading Company, no empathy, hiya Lil Housewife. How are ya? Smiley Face. Tasty's Trading Company, no empathy, hanging in thanks.
But as long as they went through all the proper channels, Oakley should be fine, right? It's just more of the messiness and the headache.
Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, doing great chillin' like a villain, lol.
relevant comments really quick because I think that's gonna be where we're gonna get the best legal advice. Not a lawyer, but if Elaine's husband left them to her in his will, she was free to do with them as she pleased. Ergo, the grandson has no claim. He'd be banking on your uncertainty of that to strong-arm you into cutting a deal. Don't ignore any official summons or claims, but you can safely tell him to sod off over the phone. If you want to get really petty, you can contact his law firm and complain
Tasty's
about him.
Trading Company, no empathy, noise.
Lawyer was in any way involved, it's none of their business, so they could tell you, cool, so what? OOP replied to that, thanks, banking on my uncertainty is a good way to describe the vibe I'm getting from him. He's not exactly throwing his law firm's name around, but it is on the business card he gave me. OOP on what the cars are, yeah, I'm not a car guy, so this doesn't mean anything to me. I'm sorry if you care about cars and you wanted me to read that. I mean, shit, they have to own the title to the cars, right? I mean, as long as they do cars similarly to how they do it in Australia and get everything legal, those cars should legally be his, no matter how much you pay for them. Maybe Australia is different.
Tasty's Trading Company. I farm. Oh, hey, Lil. Ready to see a new food menu next week?
He's a real lawyer, but he lied about being her grandson. December 28th, 2018, 13 days later. I spoke with my coworker about the issue, and he talked with his mother, who clued me into her neighbor, Elaine, from my previous place, not having any grandsons. My
Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife. That will be awesome.
They own and still work on Elaine's old house next door. She put them in contact with me. They wanted to know who it was who was actually threatening what about the cars, as Elaine has no grandsons, and we spoke. They identified the lawyer's grandson.
Once had a new angler ask me the best.
Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife. Def have to check it out.
Elaine's granddaughters for a few years. He's also known to be in a lot of debt, which might explain desperate hunting for valuable items.
Tasty's Trading Company. I farm. Yes. Old chef's gone, new chef in. Smiley face.
And they were happy they did. And glad to hear from me that they're still being looked after together. I haven't contacted the faux grandson's law firm yet. I have a lot of evidence of his misrepresentations to me, and after Googling NSW law, I'm not 100% sure of the legality of all of it, especially about sharing my home security and dash cam recordings directly to the other firm, or even speaking directly to them. I'll go through my own legal representation there as a filter on what I need to give them to make sure they know of his behavior linked to their firm. Small update, fake grandson came around twice more. I now have multiple recordings of him visiting my residence, threats via text, and many phone calls to me after I asked him to not contact me again except in writing. Complaints have been made through my lawyer to his firm and relevant regulatory bodies. I informed him of the complaints on Thursday and reiterated not to contact me again, and I haven't heard a peep from him since. Last update, fake grandson had already been dismissed from the firm before my lawyer and I complained, and he already has complaints against him for other reasons. We love it. Happy ending. Bro, the audacity, though, of trying to lay claim over something that the only connection you had was you dated the granddaughter.
You know, I barely notice when you change over.
Visiting a relative must be a criminal offense, right? Nightshade said it. It's fraud. It's just dead-ass fraud. Am I the a-hole for not letting my husband into the lady?
When you switch from Marvel to Overwatch, I can't tell.
An 11-month update. Original post, January 26th.
I know, but there's been a few times where you switched and I can't tell.
We got married at 21, had our son a year after, followed by our daughter 3 years later. I built my whole life around my family. We got good jobs. He worked full-time. I worked from home. We had a good home in a great neighborhood, and we put our children in good schools. We also had a successful business on the side.
Sorry guys, I'm just tired tonight.
Everything right. My best friend since we were in middle school lived close. We had our daughters around the same time, and we'd have play dates all the time. We leaned on each other a lot. I gave her all the support when she was going through issues with her daughter's deadbeat.
But I still wanted to stream. That's why I'm so quiet. I'm just super tired.
From my traumatic second birth and the depression that followed, we leaned on each other for everything. Oh no, stepbro, I know exactly where this is going. No, please. 10 months ago, I found out I was pregnant for the third time. I was really uneasy about this because of my traumatic experience the second time. Also, my husband and I both agreed we were done after our 2 children. I considered abortion, but my husband insisted we keep it. I was still uneasy about the pregnancy and borderline miserable for the next 6 months. I was diagnosed with hyperammonemia pictured that. I was throwing up 20 times a day for 6 months straight. I lost a ton of weight, had to stop working, and was sent to the hospital frequently due to severe dehydration. My husband stood by me and showered me with
Yeah,
attention,
let's
for
close
which I was so
this.
grateful. He cut down his hours at work to look after me, the house, and the kids. My best friend would come over to our house frequently to check in on me and also help with the house. When I hit 6 months, the hyperemesis gravidarum decreased a lot, and I was almost back to myself. One night, after having a movie night with my family, my husband and I were getting ready to sleep. He fell asleep right away while I quickly checked on the kids before getting into bed. His phone was vibrating like crazy, so out of genuine curiosity, I unlocked his phone. We used to do this a lot when we were younger, so I didn't think too much of it. I was already sitting in bed. I saw the messages from my friend. They were frantic spam messages. Oh, hello, pretty boy. Hello, handsome man. Handsome. Everybody's been asking about you. The streams have been asking about you, handsome boy. They want to see the star of the show. How we doing, Mr. Beans? Oh, okay. We're taking the high ground. We'll have the high ground. Oh, now he wants down. Oh, he wants lower. He's a little shy. I think it's because we have so many people on stream now. Now he's got a lot of people he's got to perform for. Oh, I don't think he wants me to bet him.
Blood Rose, Dog Bunzy 555, Scorian's Robe.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, that's my son. That's my silly, handsome man. He's purring. He's having a good time.
Blood Rose, Dog Bunzy 555, Ether Gloves of Destruction.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're gonna flop. Okay. Alright, guys, that might be the only Bean interaction we get today. You kind of just gotta let Beans participate how Beans wants to participate, you know? If he wants to be up all in this shit, believe me, he'll get up all up in this shit. I saw messages from my friend. They were frantic spam messages. One of them said, please come over, I need you. Another said, I know I shouldn't be messaging here, but I miss you. And come over when she's asleep. I think I was there in a daze for nearly 5 minutes. I cried a lot quietly, and the fatigue kind of left me. I scoured his phone looking for more. I saw emails and DMs from them both, even using apps like Kick to message, and the pictures. But the worst part was finding out my husband left me one time in the hospital with my mother while he went back home where my kids were being babysat by my friend and got intimate in our bedroom with our kids in the house. This motherfucker is evil, bro. Tails, I understand why some women kill, I get it. Yeah, bro, she better get some fucking revenge here on them. Divorce papers in chat for real, for real. Fuck this husband and fuck this friend. How absolutely diabolical is that? I kicked him out the following morning after confronting him and filed for separation sometime after. For the next 2 months, he had been begging for forgiveness, then complaining and insulting me that I'm not letting him see his kids, or that I'm stopping him from going with me to the doctor appointments, which I had been. We had planned months earlier about who was going to be in the labor room. It was going to be my mother and my husband. He called me when I was 35 weeks, questioning the labor situation. At this point, he had moved in with my ex-friend's
Tasty's
house.
Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX, IA Anyone.
Shortly before this call, I said no, and he got very angry. Lots of my in-laws and family members told me to put our differences aside for our baby. I still said no. I gave birth to my son with my mother and sister present and didn't feel any regret about my choice. All right, in-laws make sense. In-laws are his parents. Fuck the in-laws. Family members, bro, drop every single one of them. That's crazy. If you get cheated on and any family member doesn't tell you to, like, fucking go nuclear on that person, they're not worth having around. Or their opinion is completely irrelevant. After my second traumatic birth, I just wanted to make sure this one was as stable as possible, which it was. We were going to name our child after his father who passed away. I went along with it to make him happy, but I changed my mind and picked a name I had always loved since childhood. This aggravated him even more. Damn, you know what else is aggravated? When
Redhead Ronin, Zone, WTB 14K Crown.
Shut the fat one. Am I the a-hole because I'm being guilt-tripped by many people right now? All I want is for everyone to leave me alone and for me to just be with my kids. Edit just wanted to add that I do let him see the kids. That would be crazy if I didn't. My children love their dad. I just have certain boundaries now that we aren't together, and he doesn't respect them. He gets angry and says things that are categorically not true. He got to meet our newborn son hours after I gave birth. Did she say how old her kids were again? Okay, I'm guessing the kids are pretty fucking young, but like, if I were mommy, I'd be telling the kids as soon as fucking possible that their dad cheated on her with her best friend. For him to also die on the hill of moving in with said best friend after after committing this atrocity? You don't owe this absolute trash man anything after what he's done to you. If anything, it's a miracle you haven't done more to him. Absolutely not the a-hole. Please, for the love of God, change the people that are in your life, because everybody should be telling you this is fucking crazy. Fuck this man. You're doing the right move. Update, December 26th, 2024, 11 months later. So I'm back after nearly a whole year. I completely forgot about this post because I've been so wrapped up in other things. Like I said, it's basically been a whole year. My baby turned 1 today, and after celebrating his birthday and Christmas with my kids, it finally hit me. This is my new reality. First of all, my ex-husband and I finally went through with the divorce proceedings. I had been fully off during my pregnancy and early postpartum period to avoid adding stress and to carefully plan for my children and myself. I was awarded primary physical custody of our children. Their dad visits once a week, and the 2 older kids, 7 and 4, spend every other weekend with him. My youngest will start doing the same in a couple of months, which makes me nervous. He's especially clingy with me. All my kids are, but my youngest has really only known me as the most present parent. One of the main stipulations in our custody agreement is that my ex's affair partner is prohibited from seeing the kids. My poor kids have been confused enough by their parents' sudden split, and I didn't want them even more confused by seeing their aunt, who is supposed to be mommy's best friend with their dad. It was deemed emotionally detrimental in court. As for the baby name, he's been so bitter about it, I think he's still annoyed about it.
Zone,
Inside, he's been trying to convince me to
WTB-Ethereal
change the
Dust,
name to something we
50Ka,
both like,
Paquijo,
especially after the
5Ka,
divorce was
Perfect
finalized.
Row,
But it's been a
7Ka,
year now, and the
Orbic Amber,
baby quite
9Ka,
literally answers by
Potent
the name we
Nerncrux,
gave him, so I'm
5Ka.
not going to be changing it.
Please
He was
caught
also
all,
unhappy with
love.
the child support payments, among other payments, and asked for some revisions. One main thing he asked to change was the cost of our kids' school tuition. He pays for their tuition, which I felt was too much and too harsh, but the
Frizz
court stuck
511,
with the
Zone,
original
what a
payments.
ripoff.
The audacity to ask for a
Ibyoil
revision as
2,
if the bet
Zone,
they made, bro. He
WTB
could've just
Tempering
not slept
Alloy,
with her best friend,
1.5
and you wouldn't
Ka,
have to
Dread
make the
Wax, 1 Ka,
Instead,
Kuda,
you chose to
1.3
be me.
Ka,
As
Chromium
for my
Plating,
ex-husband
3
and
Ka.
ex-best friend, they continued dating.
Please caught
I found
any
out that they
amount
had
3.
started seeing each other a month into my 3rd pregnancy. They had actually slept together during my 2nd pregnancy, but didn't pursue a relationship then because, as they put it, they weren't ready to ruin things and didn't want to hurt anyone. My ex's side have been very supportive of
Frizz
their
511,
relationship,
Zone,
even in
don't
quite
sell at those prices, huh?
holidays like Thanksgivings or family holidays. Because of this, my kids don't go very often to these events. I know after this whole fiasco, I'm coming to the realization that perhaps my ex's side never really liked me all that much. But that's okay. I eventually spoke with my ex-best friend to ask why they did it. She claimed that they were just friends but grew close while she was dealing with issues involving her deadbeat ex-boyfriend. Both of them insisted that my
Tasty's
ex-husband
Trading
just wanted
Company,
to protect
Icy
her,
_
which
Veins, how
supposedly
much for some
turned into
heartwood?
love. Hearing this hurt me a lot, but at the same time, I felt relieved to know the truth when I sat with this information for a while and stopped hurting. It made me realize that I didn't still love my ex-husband and could finally let go of him and their betrayal. They broke up a week ago. Apparently, it's just a break, though who knows? I mean, my argument to this as well is like, if you did this with your best friend, it was only a matter of time that he would have done this with somebody else. That is a harsh reality, but like, bro, if he can do it with literally somebody you love, he could do it with a random stranger. If he hadn't already at that point. God, I just want his kids to fucking hate him. Is that terrible of me, chat? Although my kids go to their dad's house every other weekend, it has helped a
Ibyoil
lot
2,
with making
Zone,
time for
I buy
myself.
1,000
Obviously, I'm
plus at a
figuring out who
time.
I am
Calm
without
down,
being a
Kyle.
wife or a
Not like
mom
I'm
all the
asking for
time.
your only
In
2
many
gold
ways, I
mats,
find
SMA.
what happened to be a true blessing, which is why I'm no longer angry. As for me, I've been seeing someone. It hasn't been very long, nor is it that serious yet, but we get along great. Initially, my ex-husband made the whole situation difficult. He didn't want me to have any man, specifically around the kids. That scares me a lot, that like 2 people that you love and trust could break your trust that hard. I hope and pray everybody in chat, everybody here, nobody has to deal with that. My boyfriend has started acting distant and ghosting me after meeting my parents last week. How do I reach out to him? We have a
Nuyo
26
Ramos,
female
Zone,
OP,
Aztec have
36
nothing better to do but
male
just to show off mounts over again, LMAO.
It'll depend how long they've been dating.
Buffalo Man
A
_
49-male dad,
50
50
says,
male
I'm
mom.
liking it.
Original post December 17th,
Nuyo Ramos,
2024.
Zone,
My boyfriend
y'all have a
Derek
great
and I
night.
met through mutual friends 6 months ago and we
Epiphany,
immediately hit it
Zone,
off.
you
Okay,
too.
then I don't think the age gap is bad. OP is completely adult, Derek is completely an adult. No raised eyebrow there, from me at least. He is sweet, funny, kind, and just generally a good guy. He is super extroverted and I have never seen him dislike or not click with anyone. I mentioned him to my parents a couple times and they said they were excited to meet him. My parents live a road trip away, so me and Derek had to
As
book
Tech
a
the
hotel
Hunter,
nearby.
Zone, get off
About
my
2 weeks
nuts.
ago, we dropped all of our stuff in the hotel and arrived at my parents' house. My My parents are the most welcoming people you'll ever meet. They have met some of my past significant others in the past and have always been warm and kind. Since both of my parents and Derek are charismatic and welcoming, I thought the dinner would go smoothly, but I was wrong. It didn't start off
Warlord
too
of
bad.
Gods,
My parents
Zone,
and Derek
LOL.
seemed a bit awkward, but I assumed he was just nervous. We sat for dinner and my parents asked us a couple questions. How did we meet? How serious is the relationship? Etc., etc. I've never seen Derek stutter or hesitate before this dinner, but he did. As soon as I finished eating, he thanked my parents for dinner and said we had to go. It felt like he was rushing to get out of the house. When we got to the hotel room, he ran to the bathroom and I heard him throw up.
Warlord of Gods, Zone, dude is always crying on game.
He said he felt sick and he was going to head back home, but he insisted I stayed and enjoyed the rest of the trip without him. I agreed since I really missed my parents and he seemed to want to be alone. I texted him a couple of times asking how he was
As Tech
doing
the Hunter,
/ if he
Zone,
felt
for
better,
real.
but he didn't reply. After 2 days passed, I started to get really worried that maybe he was really sick and had to go to the hospital or something, so I cut the trip short and headed back home. I went to his apartment and saw he was okay. I asked him how he was doing and why he wasn't replying, and he said he felt fine and that I was over.
Quite careful here, Patriot Software's founder. So easy, my dog can run payroll, said one of our payroll software.
That I was overreacting. He told me he still felt sick and he wanted to be alone. I went back home and texted him asking if I did anything wrong and if our relationship was okay since he was acting so weird and cold. A week has gone by
Tasty's
since
Trading
the text
Company,
message and he
Soulless
has
Meat
not
Sack.
replied.
Anyone want to do
Derek is
Vvardenfell?
the last person I'd expect
I
to
can
ghost
heal or
me.
tank.
I'm torn between wanting to give him space and wanting answers. How do I even reach out to him without pushing him further? Chat, I'm gonna make a bold prediction. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ!
Why is Thor seen as a flanker? Because he's squishy. He doesn't really have,
Yo, dude! You just gave me
Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX. I will DPS, let me finish dungeon. Tasty's Trading Company, Kira Loston, he'll give it a shot, DPS.
And so I look back, and right when I look back, he just fucking jumped. Like, not at my face, but close enough to where, like, I thought I was fucking dying. Like, they're just so silly. How did you become such a silly man? Get that boy a treat. All right, we'll get that boy a treat.
Tasty's Trading Company, Soulless Meat Sack. For sure just LMK when to invite.
I think he prefers his treats on the floor. I don't really understand why. That one is from Xenomorph for all the gifted subs. One is from Emily for all the gifted subs. Yeah, he's eating that shit up, chat. This one is for Mr. Rogue for all the gifted subs. And then this one is just from chat in general. Yo, that motherfucker scared the shit out of me, bro. That's crazy. That's gonna make a great Beans clip, though. I'm not gonna lie. Beans is clip farming.
Tasty's Trading Company, Greenie_overpass1. Pretty I am portal boss now.
What I was gonna say before my cat rudely interrupted. My bold prediction
Tasty's Trading Company, Soulless Meat Sack. Need a tank or some heals if anyone is bored.
Only thing that makes sense.
Tasty's Trading Company, Greenie_overpass1. Finally passed LOL. Phoenix_rises04, Zone. Need a top tier trader? We're in Mournhold or Elden Root every single week. Auctions, raffles, events, full guild hall, etc. Join now. Guild Aldmeris Merchants.
Sorry I didn't reply to many of your comments. They were mostly just saying Derek was secretly my brother, which is
Tasty's Trading Company, pretty terrified. Finally. Big Ballers 90 says no comment to that line.
Update all of you. I took your guys' advice and decided to speak to my parents rather than Derek to discover if maybe they said anything or knew each other in the past, like many of you suggested they might. 4 days ago, I called my mom and told her about Derek's weird reaction after our dinner. I asked her for advice or if she knew.
Tasty's Trading Company, pretty terrified. LMK tomorrow down to go
She
again.
started apologizing and I didn't understand what she was trying to tell me at first. Eventually, I got her to calm down and she told me what had happened. My mom is a high school teacher and apparently Derek was her student in his senior year and she told me that they had an affair. Extremely fucked up of the mom, for real. Not only for the affair, but he was probably a minor. If not a minor, still Abigail shouldn't have been sleeping with an 18-year-old. She didn't give me that many details. Honestly, I don't even want to know. All she said is that they only slept together once before she shut it down and that my father knew and they had attended couples counseling years ago to work through this. She cried a lot and said it was her greatest regret. Then she told me she wanted me to break it off with Derek because he brought back really awful memories and she found the age gap concerning. She's one to talk about age gaps. But ultimately, she said it was my decision and she didn't want her past mistakes to ruin my relationship. I mean, a little late for that one, Mom. I went to Derek's apartment again and he invited me in. He said he had to tell me something, but I stopped him and told him I had already talked to my mom and knew everything. He promised me he had no idea up until the point we had come over for dinner where he immediately recognized her. He apologized for ghosting me and said he just didn't know what to say, and he was scared that he would ruin my relationship with my parents or maybe ruin their marriage. I mean, fuck, bro, I'm not a big fan of ghosting someone you're about to get in a relationship
Helenes,
with, but
Zone, Orphic Amber 12K, Perfect Row 12K, Paquito 5K, Mastic 100G, Ethereal Dust 70K, Zircon Plating 750G, Chrome Plating 4.3K, Drugwax 1K, Rosin 1K, Kuda 1.4K, Tempering LA 2.5K, Mundane Rune 200G, Heartwood 200G, Columbine 200G, Ivine Send Mail COD 4 Gold.
Thank you for all the replies. I feel like I would never see my mom the same again. How can I work on rebuilding our relationship and trust moving forward? Yeah, I don't even know. I don't think I'm qualified for advice on this one, chat. I'm trying to debate if it would be a good thing or a bad thing if she spoke about it with her dad. Because, like, her dad's figured out a way to come to terms with it. Maybe he can help her? If that's what she even wants to do, I don't think I could look at my parent the same if this was the case, bro. This is fucking crazy. Borderline criminal, too. Like, there's probably a possibility that this was a crime. Should definitely confirm with the dad that he does. That's a good point, too, Olivia. Why is she more concerned about maintaining her relationship with her mom and not her relationship with her groomed and traumatized boyfriend? Here's the thing, chat. With somebody I've been only dating for 6 months, I would probably cut my losses there, too, honestly. Like, I think that would be too weird. I don't think I could maintain a relationship there, either. I kind of don't blame OP. She's allowed to leave him, of course, but I just don't know why she's so ready and willing to rebuild her relationship with her mom. What was the exact line? Hold on, let's read it. How can I work on rebuilding our relationship and trust with... Oh, that's a good point. I don't think I want to rebuild your relationship and trust with somebody like that. My boyfriend of a year has a cat, and the way he treats it bothers me. We have a 25 female OP and a
People say
27
fish smell
male
bad.
boyfriend.
I say
Original
anything
post
smells bad
October
if you leave
4th,
without one mouth.
2017. I've been dating this guy for a year. Otherwise nice, handsome, funny, good job. But he has a cat that he's had for years that I think he's way too attached to and affectionate about. Oh no, is this gonna hurt my feelings, Chad? Am I gonna get a call out of a century here?
That's my silly handsome man. Mom, how did you become such a silly man?
If the cat is sitting on his lap, he'll avoid getting up unless he has to, citing the cat being asleep, or in his terms, she's catting. He's asked me to get him stuff from the kitchen when I get a drink, when he could just move the cat himself. That is a cardinal sin, woman. How dare she? I already don't like her. I want him to break up with her. Sometimes he'll be at the computer, on the couch, or even lying in bed and the cat will jump on him, or he'll come home when I'm already there since I have a key, and sometimes get off work before, and the cat will run up to greet him. What bothers me is in these instances, he said more than once, "There's my girl," and stop what he's doing to scratch the cat behind its ears or pet it or whatever. Bro, being jealous of a cat is crazy. Dude, I just know he's like, no, I'm your girl. No way OP is jealous of a cat. This seems like way too much attention for a grown man to be lavishing on a cat of all things. I've considered suggesting he get rid of it, but he's had it for something like 7 years and don't know if he'd give it up. Do I have any options here? Yeah, be a fucking nicer person, bro. I'm gonna put a verdict here. You're the a-hole. Let my boy love his cat. That is the biggest green flag I've ever seen in my life. This man loves and cherishes this thing. How do you think he's gonna treat your kids or you? Like, homegirl's definitely jealous or she's just a cynical ass human. I hope bro gets his ass kicked in gear and is like, wait a minute, this girl fucking sucks. If someone hated my cat, I'm cutting out that person, no, for real. Like, me and bro come as a package deal, alright? All these relevant comments are just her getting reality checked. I'm really overwhelmed by responses I'm getting. I thought his behavior was abnormal towards a pet. It's normal to lavish attention on an animal like that. To call a cat my girl when his girlfriend is literally 10 feet away, that honestly just seems weird to me. Me as I'm like, my handsome boy, my pretty handsome man. Like, yeah, dude, that's what you do. That was his girl, honestly, before you were his girl. My father father and brother have a utilitarian approach to dogs. We've never had cats. Dogs are for hunting and home protection. They displayed some affection for them, but I never saw them get upset when it was time for a dog to be put down. My boyfriend is affectionate towards me. We cuddle and have sex plenty. I'm not complaining about that. He'd probably be sad if he had to put the cat down. Hell, he just spent like $600 on some vet visit stuff for the cat a few weeks ago. We had a big argument when I asked if euthanasia was cheaper or not. My dad never shelled out money like that on vets. That makes me unbelievably fucking angry that people like this can own animals. Cause what the fuck, bro? You can't spare $600 for another living thing that you have taken responsibility for? Bro, if anyone ever recommended euthanasia for my cat and it wasn't like he's in pain, it's morally responsible to put him down, get the fuck out. You are never allowed in my life again. That's fucking crazy. And I'm surprised at how this is apparently normal. If that's the case, I don't think I could deal with this in the long term and consider ending the relationship. Do this man a favor. You don't deserve him. Update October 5th, 2017, which is exactly a day after the original post. I, like the rest of my family, view pets in a utilitarian light. I'm not just comfortable with a lot of affection being displayed towards an animal, even if it's supposedly normal. I gave it consideration during and after the tread and decided to break up with my boyfriend. When I broached the topic and the reason, his response was, "Oh, good. To be honest, I've been trying to figure out the most tactful way to break it off since our argument where you wanted me to euthanize my cat to save money. I also wanted to take time to think about if I was sure I thought we were done. You can give me your apartment key back now and have your stuff out by Friday night. I'll buzz you in if you can't finish tonight." So I guess that's it. That was a threat. Hell yeah, bro. It makes me happy that he was like, "Oh, thank God, I wanted to break this shit off with you."
Tasty's Trading Company, Gator DNT Plano SSS, High LF Vamp Bite, please will pay.
Crazy. Couldn't be me. I love my baby boy. Me and my baby boy till the end of time. That argument was pretty recent. He'd been a bit distant since and made it clear it was a big part of why he was done. He
Tasty's Trading Company, that's a big hit. I got one.
Out of the apartment. Yeah, no, she definitely deserved that. That is just such a sad existence. Like, animals are truly a gift to humanity. I can't even imagine thinking about my animals that I grew up with that I loved in the way that OP does. Honestly, disgusting. Guys, the last story. Hopefully a wholesome one. Just titled, "He's Up to Something." Originally posted in r/marriage on November 17th, 2024. Before we finish up this last story, if you've gotten this far into the video, that probably means that you're enjoying it. And if that's the case, all I ask is that you subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any future reading videos I upload.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
On top of that, I have over 110 reading Reddit videos on my channel. So if you're looking for your daily dose of drama, head on over to my channel for hours and hours of reading Reddit.
What am I at? One perfect row?
Traveled for work last week and was very cagey about some packages that may or may not arrive while he was
34.
He went so far to have my dad on standby to come pick it up off our doorstep before I would see it. He's been back home for 3 days and has given me strict instructions not to go to his office. I usually bring him breakfast in the morning, but I've been asked to leave it on the banister outside my door. Also spent
Excuse
a
me.
good 10 hours locked up in there during his free time doing something. I can hear his tape measure wiggle around and occasional bangs and furious typing. He always comes out smiling and refusing to talk about what he's doing, just that it's Christmas stuff. And I should mind my own business, LOL. I'll admit I did a great job with his birthday present a few months ago, but we've already decided that my big present is the puppy we've been planning for months, and I get to bring him home soon. I have no idea what he's up to in there, but I know for a fact he's working very hard to make me happy, and I feel extremely loved. He doesn't know I'm about to knock it out of the park with my Christmas shopping this year. I can't wait to see who wins. Edit to add, this man was not a Christmas person when we met, but I adore Christmas, and over the years my enthusiasm has rubbed off on him. I still wouldn't say he loves Christmas, but he sure does love me and making me happy. I'm so lucky to have him in my life. When is it my turn? This is so fucking cute, bro. This is exactly what we needed, chat. We needed something wholesome in this absolutely crazy shit show. I should honestly try to end all of my videos, all of my streams with a wholesome story, because we love. All right, let's see what the relevant comments have cooked for us. Sounds like he's accepted your challenge. I'm on the hunt for a really good deal on a new cell phone. Life isn't too picky, but our phones are 4 4 years old, batteries are aging, and she wants one that takes good pictures. OOP, this is my favorite thing to get competitive with him on, mostly because I'm an excellent gift giver, so I usually win. Between whatever he's cooking up in there and the puppy, though, I don't know how I'm gonna beat him this year. Another commenter, I'm not a really good gift giver, but I gave my husband the perfect gift 2 years ago. He literally cried with happiness. I don't think I'll ever be able to equal that again. It was 30 uncleaned ancient Roman coins. That is such a man gift if I haven't heard one before. Okay, this is my favorite feeling in the world.
Tasty's Trading Company, Scouter 2700, NKA and GF need DPS.
About it. The socks are falling apart 10 years later, but he still loves them. Stop it, they're literally so fucking cute. Update time, December 25th, 2024. I have terrible news. Today, for the first time in 13 years, I have lost Christmas. I am out of my league. My husband has surpassed my greatest expectations. It's over. We picked up our new puppy the week after Thanksgiving. The weekend before was a mad dash to get the house puppy-proofed and Christmas ready. In the middle of that, husband announced that this year we're getting an 8-foot tree. We had to have my dad meet us with his truck to get it home. It looks fantastic. Since then, I've had my hands more than full with my now 11-week-old puppy. She's an asshole, and I love her so much. But between the constant potty trips, forced naps, and feedings, presents keep showing up under the tree. In the fancy wrapping paper, wrapped in hand-tied ribbons, fixed in place by an honest-to-God wax seal. Piles of them. I asked him if he was sleeping with his secretary. Nope, he just said, I've had a hard year, and I deserve a nice Christmas. I have had a hard year, though no fault of his. Just one of those things. I haven't complained, he just knew. Anyway, long story short, he got me a gaming PC. I game in bed due to some health issues that make sitting at a desk very painful. This is fine for laptop gaming, but you're somewhat limited with that medium for the newest and greatest tech. So he engineered a custom monitor stand that attaches to the wall out of the way, but can swing out on an arm right in front of me while I'm sitting in bed. That is so fucking cute, bro. Are you kidding me? I'm screaming. That's such a thoughtful gift. Goddamn, bro. I can only hope to be as in love with someone to want to do something with this and have someone who loves me hard enough to do something for me like this. He built the model in CAD, which he had to teach himself to use. He bought all the individual components for the custom mount, which he wrapped individually, as well as all the hardware for my PC. We're going to build and mount everything together this week. Apparently, he's been planning this for months and saving for it for even longer. He put so much time and thought into this, right down to the presentation Christmas morning. I had always written off getting a nice PC because it's not practical to use in bed, but he wasn't satisfied with that for me. Now I have possibly the nicest gaming PC money can buy, and definitely the most thoughtful husband love can earn. I think he's more excited than I am. He loved the gifts I got for him, but we both know he won this year. He's gracious enough not to rub it in my face, possibly because he's too excited to tell me about how nice my new processor is. I don't know how either of us will top this next year, but I guess I'd better start scheming now. Chat, all the crazy shit we've read today, it all does not matter, because this last story makes me so fucking happy, chat. What a great story to end stream on. I need to remember that reading wholesome stories actually makes me feel good. I've been reading way too much of Mind the Devil.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and ladies and gentlemen, can you believe anything you see on the internet anymore? Like, we're reaching a point where I swear somebody will go to jail over AI-generated video, and they might serve some time before we actually pull them out of the fire. So, to give you an idea of what's going on, yesterday I saw this video from Charlie's channel. This is completely fake. Now, I don't really follow a lot of the Diddy stuff. I made one video on it, but generally speaking, I leave that to people that have, like, full-on interest to follow the day-by-days of the case, which, you know, for me, Charlie's kind of the person that follows it. And he showed in his video that there was actual fakery being spread around about this serious, human trafficking case, right? So inside his video, he showcased one YouTube channel called What Is My Star Worth? Now, What Is My Star Worth, if you look very carefully, is an AI-generated video channel, okay? So they've got an AI-generated Mike Tyson, and of course, if you go over here, they've got the content on this channel, as a disclaimer, by the way, may contain gossip-based information, rumors, or exaggerated portrayals. Which, bro, for a case involving human trafficking, a very serious crime, Diddy's case is a very, very serious case with very serious implications. Probably shouldn't be like treating it with the same level of what is 50 cents of net worth, okay? But now if you go to the videos over here, you might be like, who's watching AI slop? Everyone, dude. Like, if you look at it very carefully, a lot of these channels, a lot of these videos, like, 1 minute ago, Usher breaks down in court. 1 day ago.
Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX, KK ready.
You know, if you go around 1 minute ago, Diddy's role in Michael Jackson's death finally revealed. 6 hours ago, already 167,000 views. I mean, people are watching this stuff. And maybe not every video bangs, but generally speaking, the ones that do spread the biggest level of misinformation. So the video in question was this one that is just shy of 1 million views. 1 minute ago, Prince's secret recording just shattered Diddy's trial. Now, if you're somebody who's sitting and vegging out on your couch and you're like, I want to learn about Diddy, you might think of, ooh, look at that, Diddy looks scared. AI-generated Diddy looks scaled. You got Prince and Diddy next to each other. Now again, this is how good AI-generated thumbnails have gotten. It used to be these were pretty obvious, but AI-generated photos, you know, we've come a long fucking way. Now, if you click onto this shit real quickly over here, it's just AI-generated video.
The following is for educational and entertainment purposes only. This is the verbatim federal courtroom testimony of the Sean Diddy Combs trial.
Did you get that, audience? Did you get that? It's literally AI-generated narration, okay? So, of course, the further you go down over here, you'll see that people who are watching this actually do believe it. Like, for instance, this guy goes, now Prince's death should be thoroughly investigated. What's done in the dark shall come to light. Prince died the same year as this recording. The fact that he was threatened by Diddy and Prince said it should be released indicates he had foresight of what could happen. Many deaths can be attributed to Diddy's orchestration. Oh boy. Oh man. Now you might be like, whoa, did anybody like fact check this? Doesn't really appear that people were fact checking anything, for instance. So if you go to like Diddy Prince, right, it used to be like a couple days ago, you would have articles like, are there rumors that this recording was true? And then, of course, you know, you would start to get a day later, oh, the fact check. It wasn't actually true whatsoever. So it kind of sucks when, like, a video comes out really ahead of time, and like, you know, you're just like, whoa, this is a bombshell drop. And then, like, 24 hours later, the truth actually revealed. It's one of the reasons why, when, like, the Steam hack had happened, right? Like, it took me, you know, a bit of time to, like, you know, look through the rocks of the details and, like, pull out what was real and what wasn't. And the reality of it is like, you know, to cancel misinformation, you have to put in like a serious effort of fact checking. Even then, you're not really reaching everyone, right? Some people just believe whatever it is they want to believe. But yeah, we live in a world where anything can basically be stated, and people just can believe it. So, for instance, the rumor that was brought up was the 7-time Grammy-winning recording artist, Final Days Live, Prince divulged details of Combs' alleged illicit activities at past parties. If something happens to me, this reporting needs to go to the press or the police. Either one. But of course, you know, people who are not researching or fact-checking anything don't usually go through searching Bing, DuckDuckGo, Google, Yahoo, Ecostra, whatever search engine you want to fucking use. And they don't find any news media outlet that is credibly reporting this. Sometimes it's just circularly reported in amongst misinformation spreaders, and people will just not look too far into it, right? It's to a point that, like, people who actually are on the ground, people who actually know about the stuff, like Inner City Press, for instance, actually have to go, no, there's, like, no Prince audio played in this trial last week. There's YouTube channels talking about it, but literally claims are false. So yeah, it's super easy to spread misinformation now, but it's super difficult, I would say, to properly clean it up. Now, why are we talking about this Diddy stuff? Well, we're talking about it because it involves AI-generated video and audio. And look, you know, back in the day when I was younger, one of these ads, back when I was younger, this ad played on my television, You know, it was not about like a kitty cat, you know, and then like a house hippo. So, you know, as a kid, you're looking at it, you're like, whoa, are there
Tasty's
real house
Trading
hippos in
Company,
Canada and the
Soulless Meat
northern
Sack,
U.S.?
X.
No, there is no such thing as a house hippo. That is a 3D generated, you know, hippo. And of course,
Even
you
if
know,
I
the
don't get
further
any
you look
vibes
down
from
into
watching
it, I
them
don't even think
dart
that's a 3D
around.
generated hippo, to be honest. I could just be
Relax.
But yeah, it would tell you like, hey, listen, don't believe everything you see on TV, right? Like it would be like, hey, we have to make sure these kids can critically think. I really feel like they need to update this for like internet stuff. Like, don't believe every single image or video or video or anything you see on the internet. Okay, right now you literally cannot believe anything. And so yesterday, in amongst all of this, I saw something that blew my mind, which was Google's new VO3. So Google says, say goodbye to the silent era of video generation. They have native audio generation now. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, right? Will Smith eating spaghetti happened probably, I want to say, around 2 years ago, right? Like 2 years ago, we actually had, you know, the Will Smith stuff. So this is what it used to look like. AI would generate a bunch of images and string them together. And sure, it's easy to laugh at this, but 2 years later, what I'm about to show you is mind-blowing.
This ocean, it's a force, a wild, untamed might. And she commands your awe with every breaking light.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is completely AI-generated video. Now, obviously, you can look at his face and see, it's probably some AI-generated stuff to it. It's got a little bit of that sheen to it, that 3D design. But you look at the actual sea in the background, it looks pretty realistic. You can see the, you know, fingers, and you can see him holding his pipe. It looks pretty goddamn good. And, yeah, what's mind-blowing is the audio was generated alongside the video, and the lips matched all of the audio pretty directly. Now, I want to remind you, you know, looking earlier into what, you know, we saw with the whole, like, Charlie video, imagine, and now we're sitting in a day where, wait like a year and an extra 2 years from now, this will get even better. VO4, VO5, VO6 may even drop. And we're going to get to a point where, you know, somebody can generate these videos and probably present them in a court of law and might even be able to, like, fool fucking judges or, like, experts. You know, we're getting to a point where people who know the inners of these things are already thinking, is this real? Is this AI? Like, if we're having issues identifying it, the average person, like my dad, will probably look at this and be like, damn, they're making a movie about being lost at sea? That's sick. They might be like, whoa, you gotta have some real access to this. No, it's actually available right now to people who are Google AI Ultra subscribers. Now, Google AI Ultra, for instance, is not a cheap endeavor, by the way. It's available right now in the United States for $249.99.
Bro, the level just started. We're already getting overrun. I gotta take these guys out and build this crossbow tower as fast as possible. I don't even think I have a choice.
Per month. So, yeah, it's not a cheap endeavor. So if you go to Gemini, you can pay and get access to this and basically start generating these videos. Now, I think AI is kind of cool in a lot of ways where you can just search for stuff if you wanted, right? Like, for instance, I can say, can you find me AI-generated open-world games? And it'll just find you AI-generated or really procedurally generated open-world games. And one of them it links you to is obviously Copilot. Now, we've looked at this, you know, in the past, but, you know, we've gotten to a point where Microsoft has basically created a version of Quake 2's first level and allowed you, the user, to play it on your computer through AI. There's no game code running. It's just the AI has been trained on so many videos of Quake that it just believes, you know, it can hallucinate the next frame based off of all its training data. Now on the screen, I literally was able to kill an enemy just by jumping in the air. In fact, I'm pretty sure if I look straight up, turn around like this, freak out the world. And again, this is the problem with artificial intelligence, right? Like, object permanence becomes an issue. But yes, we are at a point where we're spending an insane amount of money and time and effort into basically creating these video games that, you know, we could have just, like, used far less resources, like, in this case, far less, to be likely. You know, it's not like the software's to a point where, hey, can you generate me new maps with new enemy placements? That is where the default of this AI is. Let me tell you right now, from a programming perspective, these things fail the moment it has to deal with like a hidden variable, right? Like imagine if you told it like, hey, generate me AI generated persona. You know how many background things happen in Persona, like background variables, like probably 10, 20
Building up a
things
staff.
that the game has to keep
Good
track of. But if you're working with just video and you're trying to hallucinate the next frame, good luck working with that. I'm just giving you a basic limitation of this AI. And again, anybody that asks about it will just never give me the real answer. Now, AI has been doing such a good job with generating shit that you can probably load up IDEs now that you can just tell it what you want to make. Like, hey, make me a clicker game where I feel dope, and it will just go through the full process of making a video game. We call it vibe coding. I just call it, autopilot. Let the computer. Not a great way to teach. Definitely leaves you open to a lot of security issues. But the fact that the AI generated video, one of the things that I always assumed was, hey, it's Mario. And again, because the text is having an issue. But by taking hours upon hours of footage of Mario Kart on the Wii, I imagine, it is able to generate a version of what it thinks Mario Kart looks like. And this might pass as some background footage for like, I don't know, some TV show where it's not in the focus. But yeah, clearly this is obviously bullshit. But I think it's still impressive that an AI is able to try to hallucinate the next step of frames just off of the training data that it's worked off of. It's not able to do anything unique, but it's able to generate what it needs to. But now, according to Google, this flow that they've made alongside VO3 is this AI filmmaking tool. So it's kind of built in a way that it like Google and a lot of these companies want to make it look like it's really positive. Like, hey, filmmakers, what if instead of, trying to get a lady with a lava lamp basically, surgically inside her, you can feed us prompts and we can just make those AI generated videos for you. Think about how great that is from the era of like, filmmaking. Like you can tell whatever story it is that you want. And I think ultimately, when you look at how they generated the stuff, I'm sure the training data probably was trained off of not totally ethical sources, which is a real problem for a lot of these companies. But I would imagine, the reason why Google is so far ahead of the pack is because of how they have access
Not
to
sick of
YouTube.
me, eh?
Like, imagine just having access to the biggest data bank of user and professionally uploaded, data. There's full movies on YouTube alongside AI generated, or not AI generated, but like actual, proper user content. So Google just has this massive repository to work with, train off of, and that's why I think they're so far ahead of the competition.
Oh, I think that would be marvelous, Dragon.
Yes, it is very fun. But
Yes, it is very good.
It's very fun.
I can talk.
Yes.
We can talk.
Yes.
Yeah, we can talk.
We can talk.
We can, like, if you just, edited this out a little, if you, touched it up just a little bit more, somebody could probably think and be like, yeah, this is just, real, actual, footage. Like, the fact that lips are working together now, we are long past the shitty spaghetti eating days. Like, it's getting to a point where, this is actually mind-blowingly good. One of the things that I saw that blew me away personally was somebody who made, an ad inside this.
Run AI with an API. Use Replicate.
So basically, instead of hiring a advertising team to film a guy running outside in a park and saying,
Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I need to go to the bathroom.
Google $250 a month.
Tasty's trading company, Gideon 666, IA Dailies Nyon. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX, after dungeon I'll join. Booze Cruise, Spice_UV_life. Anyone feeling up to making me an enchantment for weapon/spell damage and stamina recovery? As close to max as possible if that's okay. Ibyoyal 2, Zone, WTB- Ethereal Dust, 50 Ka, Hakijo, 5 Ka, Perfect Row, 7 Ka, Orbic Amber, 9 Ka, Potent Nerncrux, 5 Ka. Please caught all, love. Tasty's Trading Company, Steely Dave 20, welcome Frosty Eye. Ibyoyal 2, Zone, WTB- Tempering Alloy, 1.5 Ka, Drag Wax, 1 Ka, Kuda, 1.3 Ka, Chromium Plating, 3 Ka. Please caught any amount 3. Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, welcome. Tasty's Trading Company, Adayan_Alanath, welcome.
I'm back.
Take It Down Act, which are just starting to pass in the United States. Like, people are just
No such thing as a waste of days, as long as we take the
the legal system, the government is usually, like, I would say, several steps behind, in my opinion, any of these technological advances. I mean, in just 2 years, we went from Will Smith, like, sloppily eating spaghetti to, again, Google creating some of the most insanely good shit. I mean, the current state of eating spaghetti, which might as well be the hello world for this shit, is right here. I mean, unless you're looking very carefully at the spaghetti and it melding together, you might just look at this as an old man eating his food, all right? You might just believe this. And especially when you add in the audio attached to it as well, that's even the bigger, like, that's the thing that just adds more legitimacy to all of this stuff anyways. I mean, just the fact that the video and audio matches up this good already, and again, what I'm saying is, like, a year or two from now, those YouTube channels that are spreading this information, or, like, whatever, anywhere on social media, it's about to get a lot worse. Like, you really are unable to ever, like, believe anything on the internet. And I'm actually wondering if, like, down the road, we're going to be talking about somebody who wrongfully goes to jail because evidence was planted where AI was used to implicate them in something that they never actually did. It's one of the reasons why talking about things like UFOs or, like, anything, wild and goofy on the internet is just a little more annoying, because usually you're just dealing with, is this AI or is this even real anymore? Like, is the video that I'm seeing... and, like, all of these articles that are popping up out of nowhere, bringing up the most, like, salacious shit, like the Prince Diddy stuff, it's about to get way fucking worse.
Which one are we heading to? This
Like
one.
VO3 start to enter the open source world, where people can run them on local home devices, you're about to see this shit blow up to an exponential degree that will never be controlled in time. For all the good stuff that I've seen AI do, and there is good stuff, like medical research can be really improved with AI, You know, people researching things can be done better with AI, I would say. It's like having a buddy with you. I would think that even for generative audio and video, like, there's some cool stuff, and generally when people give consent, like what happened with Fortnite and Darth Vader, that could be pretty cool stuff. But I generally think like 80 to, like, probably 80 to like 85% of the shit that I've seen regarding generative video and AI and everything is usually the precursor, or if not, the actual, like, negative part of AI usage in general. But yeah, that's all I really want to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. It is insane. Shit is really wild. And I urge you guys, if you don't do your research already, you better goddamn start researching every single
Steely Dave 20, Zone Guild, Tasty's trading agency, is looking for more traders to join our ranks. We're new, but our current store is in RAWLKHA. If interested, click square for more info and to apply.
Alright, Gabby from Vegas, let's go ahead and pack your concentrate order. So our batter went back in stock today, and so you went ahead and got 2 of those bottles, and then you got some white chocolate mocha.
WHIZSQRS, Zone, Crafting Motif 39, Minotaur Helmets.
Caramel brulee.
WHIZSQRS, Zone, WTS.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and you know, of course, that old 4chan is down, but don't expect this channel to just be the 4chan update, okay? Trust me. When it's back, it'll be back. But, you know, this gave me a good time to sort of dig through my entire, like, Rolodex of video ideas that I was putting together, and I kind of wanted to, like...
Booze Cruise, Forsaken 180, what's up?
Oh, I've been excited
Darth
to show you
Confucius,
guys this
Zone,
one.
those
This is
material
a
prices are
massive
crazy
force
low,
strip, so
lol.
it's not just the nose, but it's over the cheeks as well. And look at all of these sebaceous filaments that are coming out of here. There are some blackheads as well. Some of these bigger ones are definitely blackheads. I want to know what product this is. Even though I don't strongly recommend these, I would do it on myself. I want to see this stuff come out. Without the right skincare routine, they're going to get more blackheads. The sebaceous glands, sebaceous filaments are going to keep doing their job. But look at that. Very impressive. Oh, I've been excited to show you guys this one.
You're right in the middle of one of the hottest summers on record. The days are filled with
Tasty's Trading Company, Project_V01D, anybody selling 3,200 crowns? 100 par?
Sadly, it's not really working, and the heat is becoming way too much. But then you remember there's this married couple that lives near you with no kids, and they happen to have a swimming pool in their yard. Normally they keep to themselves. They'd never let you use their pool, but they've gone out of town for a few days. Besides, the heat is killing you. You're sure that the neighbors wouldn't mind if you just took a quick dip, as long as you clean up after yourself. They probably wouldn't even notice you were even there. Cautiously, you make your way to their house. It's an unremarkable place similar to most of the other houses in this suburb of New Mexico. After checking that there's nobody else around, you climb the 2-meter-high cinder block wall that stands around the back garden.
Here's my 21st day as a weapon shop owner. When I first got here, there was nothing at all. So I started...
As you drop to your feet, sweaty and panting from the unrelenting summer heat, you see it. The pool. Your salvation. Water never looked so appealing. Immediately, you step barefoot across the sun-scorched tiles and sit on the edge, legs in the water. It's cool and refreshing. Perfect for a day as hot as today. You're already changed and wearing your swim trunks, so it doesn't take long for you to paddle out to the middle of the pool, letting that chilled, clean water cool you off. As you're taking a dip, you notice the
Tasty's Trading Company, no empathy TTV. Someone was off air in 300 for 4 days straight with no response XD buying tough ATM.
With a lot of fancy bells and whistles. But extra features aren't why you're here. You came because if you didn't, then you could have melted under all that sunlight. Floating on the surface of the water, you relax with your arms behind your head and close your
Tasty's
eyes.
Trading
You don't
Company,
have time
Quantum
to
SP3
realize that coming here
CT3RX,
was
200
a
minutes from me.
mistake. Instead, you start to feel relaxed, so calm, so tranquil. You're one with the water around you now. It's almost as though you could just disappear. So, you do. The police never find any trace of you. Everyone else simply writes it off as a random disappearance. There's not even so much as a scrap of your body left in the pool. Just the clear, clean water. Why? Because the swimming pool you decided to take a cooling dip in wasn't an ordinary pool. It was SCP-242. But don't worry, you won't be the last to make that costly mistake. What you didn't know is that the married couple who live in that house are secretly a pair of SCP Foundation doctors. The house isn't even theirs. The Foundation procured it after the former owner, a retired out-of-state landlord, strangely vanished. He had been struggling to find anyone to rent the place, so he eventually decided to give up on the
Tasty's
property
Trading
and
Company,
move in
No
there
Empathy
himself.
TTV, I
After
don't blame
3
you.
days, he was never seen again.
Tasty's Trading
Now, that
Company,
house has only
Reckless
one rule
_Demigod,
that must be followed
is Minotaur
above
Helm
all
motif
else.
250k to 500k?
Swim in the pool. SCP-242 is, at least to the untrained eye, just an average swimming pool. A decent 9 meters in length, 4.5 wide, and it holds around 53,000 liters of sterile pool water. Like we mentioned before, it's even got some nifty features like water jets, a dual waterfall, and a built-in vacuum unit for sucking out any impurities. And we mean any impurities. You see, SCP-242 does go by another name, the Self-Cleaning Pool. And while that might not sound as foreboding or dramatic as the Scarlet King or the Wendigo Skull or the horrifying nasty dude of ultimate badness, okay, we made that last one up, we can assure you that you don't ever want to suffer the fate of taking a swim in this pool. There was an incident a while ago, recorded by the Foundation through a secret hidden camera. The house where SCP-242 can be found had been left vacant for a time, and once again some opportunists decided to take advantage of the empty swimming pool. This time it was a couple, a man and a woman in their early 20s. They climbed up the back wall, undressed, and even stole a couple of plastic inflatable rafts from a shed in the house's backyard. The water jets switched themselves on, startling the girl, but her boyfriend told her not to. Just on an automatic timer, right? Surely it wouldn't have been anything to worry about. After swimming together for around 24 minutes, the couple both agreed that the water felt warm, tingly even. Both of them climbed onto their rafts, eventually falling asleep while still holding each other's hands. But almost half an hour after the jets had started, something caused the two rafts to burst. The couple awoke, startled
Tasty's
by the
Trading
loud pop
Company,
of the splitting
Quantum
inflatables and being
SP3
plunged
CT3RX,
back
just
into the
100G
water.
not worth
The pool
buying.
around them immediately
I
began
can't farm due to
frothing
time, so I buy mats.
deep red streams of blood swirling through the water as the couple screamed in fear and agony. Both of them tried to desperately swim to the edge, hoping to leave the pool and get to safety. But unfortunately, that plan didn't work. Before they could reach the edge, the man and the woman were pulled under the surface of the raging water, their limbs thrashing as they still tried in vain to escape.
Tasty's Trading Company, Reckless _Demigod, someone in zone chat selling 1 and I offered 5k lol didn't think it would be that much.
Dissipated, once again becoming clear after 48 seconds. The couple were never seen again, and the cover story was leaked to the press by the SCP Foundation 2 weeks after they went missing. According to them, the pair had eloped together somewhere in Mexico. If only. That sounds a lot nicer than what actually happened to them. So
Finally, some of our eggs are hatching. What are we gonna get? Snookami, let's go. It looks so cool.
So this swimming pool clearly has some anomalous properties. That much is obvious. But what exactly are those properties? How exactly does SCP-242 work? Is it an interdimensional gateway that drags people to a nasty alternate universe if they spend too long swimming in it? Or is the swimming pool itself a sentient carnivorous creature that lures humans in only to devour them? Maybe the water is teeming with invisible flesh-eating piranhas that can strip the meat from the bone in a matter of seconds. Well, good guesses all around, but actually, it's none of these. It's unclear what causes the pool's anomalous effects. It could be a property that is completely unique to the water contained in SCP-242. Or maybe it's down to the exact shape and measurements of the pool itself. It could even be a combination of both. But whatever the cause, the result is always the same. When any object, substance, or even living organism is placed in SCP-242, it will be entirely rewritten on a molecular level. The genetic and atomic structure will fall apart, and the subject will be transmuted into sterile water. In fact, not just clean water, but water that remains sterile even when removed from the pool. If you took a cup of SCP-242's water and mixed something like food coloring into it, the food coloring would not be absorbed into the water, instead staying as one non-miscible bubble. This process doesn't happen instantly, though. It can vary depending on how contaminated or complex the substance placed in SCP-242 is. For example, water sampled from a nearby river was sterilized and purified by the pool in about 7 minutes. A sample of stagnant pond water riddled with various diseases and germs took 11 minutes longer. What about 50,000 liters of coal tar? Well, that one took a little longer. 12 long days, to be exact, but was still turned into pure sterile water. And as for a living human being, maybe ask that couple that took a dip in the self-cleaning pool. The Foundation is naturally fascinated with the pool, and after extensive examination, they have determined that SCP-242 doesn't seem to have been intentionally designed for the specific anomalous function it performs. The components of SCP-242 beyond the pool itself, the filter, the vacuum, the pipes, none of these parts nor anything about the swimming pool's design appear to be responsible for disintegrating matter until only water remains. You might have noticed that in the case of the ill-fated couple who took a swim in SCP-242, the water jets and waterfall features switched themselves on automatically before the pair's grim demise. Somehow these features are able to activate without the need for electricity, as disconnecting the pool from a power source will not stop the jets and waterfall from coming on once a non-water substance is placed into SCP-242. The same goes for the pool vacuum, which apparently cannot be jammed or malfunction, even when the bottom of the pool is awash with viscous liquids like that coal tar. The vacuum will continue to operate as normal, scrubbing
Can I have
away
a drink
the
if you're
floor
going
of
to the fridge?
SCP-242. The one part
Thank
of
you.
the self-cleaning pool that doesn't work as you would expect is the water filtration system. There is never any water being cycled into the pool nor out of it. As a matter of fact, the pipes connecting to the filtration system have all been removed.
Thank you.
Then again, who needs a filtration system when your backyard swimming pool can just spontaneously reduce anything to clean water? But that raises another frightening thought. Everything that the pool has ever taken and converted is still in there. Animals, objects, people, just swimming. Perhaps if they could still think, they'd scream and shout and tell you to get away, to run while you still can. But the second your skin touches the water, you're destined to be with them forever and ever and ever. It's enough to send a liquid chill down your spine. Okay, so if it's not the actual physical pool that causes these anomalous effects, that must mean it's something in the water, right? Perhaps some microscopic flesh-devouring microbe, or some ancient curse that was placed on the water before it was used to fill up the pool. Surely if you took a cup of water out of SCP-242, it would still break down structures on a molecular level, leaving only more sterile water. Well, the researchers working at the SCP Foundation thought much of the same, and conducted a series of tests to determine the exact properties of SCP-242's water. One test involved submerging 2 D-class test subjects, each wearing an atmospheric dive suit, into SCP-242. The goal was to determine if it was safe to consume the water from SCP-242 while both inside and outside of the pool.
Honey!
Test subject A was lowered into the water and instructed to drink from a metal strip by their mouth. The eyepieces of their goggles were blacked out, so they couldn't see what they were drinking. Subject B filled a barrel with the same water from SCP-242 and then was made to put on an atmospheric dive suit, but instructed to stay out of the pool. Test subject A was told to drink directly from the pool, remarking that the water was warm and had a bit of a noticeable chemical aftertaste, but was otherwise normal. Then test subject B drank some of the same water from the barrel. Apparently, it was cool and tasted of, well, nothing, just like water usually does. After a moment more of drink, Subject A began belching, finding that they had uncontrollable gas. The water had begun to feel warmer, stinging the subject's mouth, while for Subject B, the water from the barrel stayed cool and refreshing. The Foundation doctors overseeing the experiment instructed test subject A to keep drinking, which they did until it felt even hotter to the taste. One of the D class's fillings even fell out, and eventually the structural integrity of subject A's dive suit failed, presumably disintegrated by the water from SCP-242. After a few muffled screams and gurgling noises, test subject A wasn't heard from again, and we can all probably guess why. As for subject B, they kept drinking from the barrel, suffering no adverse effects, even after 17 long hours. There were no noticeable psychological or physical changes. Showed no traces of abnormality. The water from SCP-242 left in the barrel evaporated as normal, leaving behind no residue or any indicator as to why taking the water out of the pool made it safer to drink than the same water in the pool. Perhaps the moral of the story is to just be careful where you choose to take a swim. Otherwise, it could be your last.
Tasty's Trading Company, Red Gambler, been overdrive grinding after work lol up to 3 stacks of red or silk and would trying to get my money right lol.
And the beaches were golden, but the Cagliari Diving Club couldn't see any of that. They were roughly 250 meters underneath the Mediterranean Sea. Given the rich and extensive history of the area, they were sure to find some interesting historical artifacts on the ocean floor. And they were indeed about to find something incredible. But this history wasn't quite as dead as some old Roman pottery. Paolo Bonicelli, the most experienced diver, was the deepest of all. They decided to be a little more ambitious this time than in previous dives, 20 miles off the Sardinian coast. For Paolo, it was uncharted territory, so you could only imagine how amazed and delighted he was when he saw the shape of what seemed like a small town beneath the water. Old stone buildings in a classic Roman or Grecian style, with roofs made of thatched seaweed. He gestured to his fellow divers
Tasty's
to follow
Trading
him.
Company,
They
Steely
were
Dave
amazed
20,
at how
good
well
for you Red.
preserved the buildings seemed
It
to
all
be,
adds up.
as though they were still being lived in and actively maintained to this day, despite being around 300 meters underwater. If they were able to take some pictures and collect some artifacts, they'd be the talk of the local historic community, and probably be able to finagle a payout from the whole experience too. That's when Paolo spotted something truly amazing. A larger, more impressive structure, like a miniature palace surrounded by grandiose statues of humanoid figures in a circle around the little palace. Each of the statues was an imposing 5 meters tall, with a faint golden light emanating from each of them. While the statues were humanoid, they definitely weren't human. Their features were strange and fish-like. Scales, gills, tentacles. Paolo was in awe at the sight of them. He took pictures and got closer. There was also a huge chasm in front of the building, perhaps some kind of underwater thermal vent. Paolo was curious. He wanted to investigate further. He swam deeper and deeper. What was at the bottom of that chasm? But lucky for Paolo, he would never see what was at the bottom of that chasm.
Tasty's Trading Company, Red Gambler, yeah hopefully can get a good offer for all plus building Mudane and Heartwood and stuff to keep selling in vendor.
Flash of pain as claws raked across his chest, tearing open the rubber of his wetsuit. Paolo turned, eyes wide open in horror to see a creature staring at him. Like the statues, it was humanoid but not human. An anthropomorphic sea monster with greenish skin. Its arms and legs coated in thin scales. Its neck serrated
Tasty's Trading
into
Company,
fleshy
Steely
gills.
Dave 20,
Its
gathering is
seaspots
lucrative.
seemed rubber hanging from its claws. It bore a mouthful of fangs and gave a silent but threatening snarl. Paolo could see something in the distance behind this creature. More figures, like this one, emerging from the murk. Getting faster.
Tasty's Trading Company, Huracross 97, Manny they got that Rolcola vendor full RN with all kind of stuff.
To realize that if he stuck around, something terrible was about to happen to him and the rest of the Cagliari diving club. He turned then, paddling with all his might away from the coming legion of aquatic beasts. The rest of the club club saw the experienced diver panicking and followed his lead. Thanks to their quick thinking and expertise, they all managed to escape with their lives and only a few minor injuries. But they had no idea of the true extent of the mystery they were leaving behind.
Tasty's Trading Company, Hurricross 97, Torchbug Thorax is the easiest money eBay made though.
Where the devourer of worlds escapes and destroys everything we love and hold dear. There are alternate universes where the SCP Foundation has gone haywire and attempted to
Tasty's Trading Company, Hurricross 97, am super new though. Tasty's Trading Company, Red Gambler, mine's been mundane in Heartwood so far.
And assassinates every member of the O5 Council before replacing them and leading the Foundation into a bold new era. And there are some universes where the SCP Foundation is Italian. We've covered SCP-057 on this channel before in our video on the most frightening rooms in the SCP universe. But you've never seen this, SCP-057. Because this is the Italian version, SCP-057-IT. This localized anomaly off the coast of Sardinia is under the purview of the Italian division of the SCP Foundation, which works autonomously with its own systems and terminology. This SCP is in a frightening room that crushes
Tasty's Trading Company, Hurricross 97, I gotta look into Heartwood Farms.
300 meters beneath the water of the Mediterranean Sea. Everyone has heard of the mythical lost city of Atlantis, a supposed underwater utopia outlined by such great historical minds as the ancient Greek philosopher Plato. It's something that people fantasize about. A beautiful, idyllic society under the sea, divorced from all the petty squabbles we deal with up on land. But is everything really better down where it's wetter? Let's take a look and see. When Paolo and the rest of the Cagliari Diving Club returned to the surface, they were happy to tell anyone that would listen that they encountered aggressive mermen and an entire underwater city off the coast of Sardinia. They even posted their photos onto their official Facebook page, along with photos of Paolo's permanent chest scars. That's when the Italian branch of the SCP Foundation finally discovered them and decided to intervene. The Foundation dispatched an SIR squad known as Oreria Notatia. SIRs are the intelligence
Tasty's
and
Trading
research
Company,
section of
Steely
the
Dave
Italian
20,
SCP
Ballfoyan is my
Foundation,
favorite gathering
a kind
spot.
of mobile task force that investigates possible informational leads. Paolo and his team were given amnestic treatment, and any evidence that they'd collected was scrubbed from existence. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Marco Levini, leader of the mobile
Tasty's
task
Trading
force
Company,
SSM-2
Red Gambler,
squad,
our team been a nice
aka
spot for me for
Legio
everything.
Atlantides, was being dispatched to the source of the problem, SCP-057-IT itself. What started off as a relatively straightforward exploratory mission soon took an extremely strange turn. Levini and his men reported activity down in the underwater city, observing from the safety of their armored Foundation submarine. While the aquatic humanoids living in 057-IT were undeniably
Tasty's
the same
Trading Company,
species,
Steely
their
Dave
cultures
20,
seemed to be split
LOL,
up into
was about
two
to say some
unique
prefer
groups.
Artium.
One group had thinner scales on their arms and legs. This group was more numerous, having at least 60 active
Tasty's Trading Company,
and was
Hurricross
characterized by
97,
their
I
extreme
got those
aggression
recipes in
towards any
Artium, they sell okay.
outsiders. As for the smaller group, they had thicker scales, as well as a number of eerily consistent injuries to their hands, feet, and gills. They were also distinct from the thin scales in terms of behavior, as they were a far
Tasty's
friendlier,
Trading
more
Company,
curious
Red Gambler,
bunch.
no
At
ads to
times,
kill in
members of
super
this
short
subset
circle.
would approach the submarine and regard it with detached fascination.
Tasty's Trading Company,
Sometimes they would
Steely
even
Dave
point at the
20,
submarine
some say
and
Bleak Rock.
laugh, though their reasons
Opinions
for doing this
vary.
are unknown. Eventually,
Tasty's
Lieutenant
Trading
Levine was so
Company, Lily
confident in their
Holiday,
safety
hi
around
everyone.
the Mer people that he and a few other team members decided to
Tasty's
disembark
Trading
from the
Company,
submarine
Steely
on a
Dave
diving
20,
excursion
hey Lily.
and properly explore the aquatic city
Tasty's
below.
Trading Company,
This would
Lil
prove
Housewife,
to be a
hey
dangerous
Holiday.
tactical error on Levini's part.
Ibyoyal
During
2,
what seemed
Zone,
like a routine
WTB-
exploratory
Ethereal
mission,
Dust,
Levine was
50 KA,
ambushed by a
Hakijo,
squadron
5
of thin
KA,
scales,
Perfect Row,
grabbed from
7
behind
KA,
and
Orbic
kidnapped.
Amber,
He
9
was taken
KA,
as a
Potent
hostage
Nerncrux,
and spirited
5
away
KA.
into one of the city's
Please
various
caught all,
buildings,
love.
where a thick scale known as Letizia
Tasty's
acted as
Trading
his
Company,
warden.
Fairy
But
Queen Lara,
Levini soon
hi-o
found
slash.
that being under Letizia's care was a
Tasty's
profoundly
Trading
lucky
Company,
turn of
Red
events on
Gambler,
his
hi.
part, both because it allowed him to learn more
Ibyoyal
about
2,
the
Zone,
situation, and
WTB-
because she was
Tempering
one of the
Alloy,
small group
1.5
left in the
KA,
city
Drag
who
Wax,
hadn't become
1 KA,
dangerous
Kuda,
fanatics.
1.3 KA,
That's right.
Chromium Plating,
The Mer
3
people
KA.
were in the middle of
Please
a
caught
heated
any amount
civil
3.
war. both from the observations of Lavini
Tasty's
during his
Trading
captivity
Company, Steely
and later
Dave 20,
interviews
Hey
conducted by
Lil.
Project Head Dr. Giuseppe
Fugitive,
Pastillo with
Zone,
some liberated
Luanilili.
members of the Thick Scales. They learned that
Tasty's
a terrible
Trading
religious
Company,
conflict
I'm
had broken
_
out
Frosty
in
Eye, oh man.
SCP-057-IT. The accounts coming from the rescued citizens illustrated a similar backstory to what the Italian Foundation
Fugitive,
had
Zone,
theorized regarding the
Hippopotamus.
Mer people. They were the descendants of people that lived on the island of Nisros up to the 14th century BCE, before it was devastated by a volcanic eruption, forcing them
Fugitive,
into the
Zone,
ocean, where they
Xanahoria.
evolved the ability to live in aquatic
Ibyoyal
environments
2,
through
Zone,
anomalous
Mississippi.
means.
If you're looking for a chill mobile game, I think I found the best one. Idle Planet Miner. Check this out. You run a space mining company, you hire experts,
Since this change, this
Tasty's
new
Trading
species had
Company,
been
Steely
operating
Dave
in
20,
Mediterranean
yeah,
waters,
hardwood and mundane
migrating
stacks are
regularly
usually
in
an
order
easy
to avoid
80K.
detection, passing
Good
their
money.
way of life from generation to generation as the world changed and shifted above them. In many ways, they were quite similar to humans, such as their reproductive habits. They mate and reproduce
Fugitive,
after a
Zone,
gestation
FX / voiceovers
period, more like
ambience
animals than
music.
fish. Though their gestation period is slightly shorter than human beings at 6 months, they largely speak Latin, though the oldest Mer person among them also speaks ancient Greek. Mer children born in Foundation containment have shown strong language acquisition skills, as they have proven more than able to learn modern Italian. And even more fascinating from a standpoint of sociological study, the Mer people have formed their own unique culture under the sea. And this is where the problems started. Abstaining from the belief of the Greek and Roman
Fugitive,
pantheons
Zone,
their
/
ancestors
cheat codes
lived up
on.
to, the Mer people instead worshipped their own group of water-bound deities, whose images were reflected in the great statues in the center of the town. The large building near the statues and the chasm was the home of the mayor, the town's de facto leader. However, what had been a workable system for centuries began falling to ruin when a strange religious fanaticism began to spread. A cult-like group soon formed and began holding ceremonies where they worshipped a powerful entity in the chasm known as the Great Eye. This new cult was known as the Cult of the Great Eye of the Mediterranean, or Siegen for short. What began as a fringe belief soon became a frenzy and took over the better part of the town, with the acolytes of the Great Eye proving themselves more than willing to spread the gospel of their new deity with violence.
Tasty's
Some of the
Trading
more
Company,
ardent
Quantum
non-believers were killed for their
SP3CT3RX,
heresy, while
LF1
others
Healer
were
for
simply
final boss vet
ritualistically
Quakri.
mutilated in order to prevent them
Tasty's
from
Trading Company, a
Letizia
day and
had her own
_ Alan app,
evidence of
welcome.
these targeted mutilations. The Thick
Tasty's
Scales
Trading
had kept the
Company,
aquatic
Red
webbing
Gambler,
from
he allowed
between
to
her
sell mine in
fingers and
50 seem to
toes,
sell quicker
making
that
it
way.
harder for her to swim away and escape. Other suspected heretics were given the same treatment. The reason the Thick Scales even had thicker scales was that they stole forbidden technology from the mayor to increase the strength of their scales.
Tasty's Trading Company,
Help
a
them
day and
better withstand
Alan
the
app,
torments
wrong
of
chat
the
LOL.
acolytes. Those involved in the stealing of this technology were captured
Fugitive,
and
Zone,
summarily executed
Benzalkonium
for their
Chloride.
acts of defiance. In a sense, Letizia was protecting Lavini by advising him against trying to escape, knowing the acolytes of the Great Eye would kill him if he did. She knew that the only opportunity for escape would come during the ceremony held by the acolytes to honor their frightening master. But the day eventually came, as Lavini was running low on everything from food to oxygen. Everyone in the town was forced out into the town center to
Ibyoyal
witness the
2,
ritual.
Zone, that
The
doesn't
acolytes
work,
gathered
but
around the
/played will
chasm
tell you
and
if you're
began to
worthy
chant in a
XD.
frightening, unknown language. As they chanted, a blinding light began to emanate from the chasm, and as blurry shapes emerged, nightmarish tentacled gastropods soon began to take form. Truly Lovecraftian undersea monsters. Shortly after the ritual, Lavini and the Thick Scales were able to make a break for it, pursued by the acolytes of the Great Eye. It was a close one.
Fugitive,
But
Zone,
thankfully, due to the
/ worthy.
intervention and assistance of a trained mobile task force, the fanatical forces of the acolytes were repelled and the fleeing Mer
Fugitive,
people,
Zone,
along
yup
with
I
Lavini,
am.
were rescued. A number of Thick Scales are now willingly confined at Site Nettuno, an Italian Foundation containment site, where they have undergone numerous interviews with Foundation staff. Incidentally, among them is the oldest Mer person previously present in SCP-057-IT, the only one who spoke ancient Greek fluently. He was different from the others, extremely different. In fact, he was a deity made into flesh, one of the deities replaced by the worshippers of the Great Eye. This unfortunate former god had done everything to keep his people's lives safe and peaceful. But in spite of his wisdom and best efforts, hell had once again broken
Fugitive,
loose.
zone,
Not
cool,
everything
anything
is all
else?
well and good in SCP-057-IT. Even if a human's body changes, their nature does not. And the worst parts of human nature seemingly followed these unfortunate merpeople into what should have been their paradise under the sea. But all hope isn't lost. If you were to judge the entire human race on one community in turmoil, you probably wouldn't leave with a very favorable impression of us either. Correspondence with the French branch of the SCP Foundation reveals that mer creatures aren't just localized to one warring underwater city in Sardinia. Mermaids have also been discovered and confirmed by Foundation field agents off the coast of France. 80% of the ocean still remains unmapped to this day. Who knows what else is out there, just waiting to be found. Dr. Reynard had lost everything. His job, the respect of his peers, and if everyone else was right, perhaps even his mind. It was 11 p.m. when he staggered to the edge of Okanagan Lake in British Columbia, eyes and judgment clouded with booze. This lake could have been what made his career as a researcher for the SCP Foundation. But now that bright future was slipping through his fingers, like the dry silt beneath his feet. He looked hatefully across the endless dark surface of the water and loudly cursed. Stupid, empty place. Just hours ago, he'd been stripped of his ranks and released from his position at the Foundation for wasting the organization's time and resources on frivolous personal projects. Frivolous, he thought. What a terrible joke. Just because the higher-ups refused to acknowledge what was going out here didn't mean it wasn't there. Moonlight shimmered off the water's surface. Wait, was that moonlight? Or was there something lurking beneath the water? To truly answer this question, if any answer is possible at all, we need to go back to the beginning and ask ourselves a different question. How does the SCP Foundation actually find most of the anomalies it catalogs and contains? It is a simple question with a multifaceted answer, depending on the anomaly in question. For the most part, the Foundation has a network of field agents embedded in pretty much every institution across the globe, including rival groups of
Tasty's
interest
Trading
like the
Company,
Global
Her
Occult
Across
Coalition
97.
and the
Can someone
Serpent's
craft
Hand.
Daedric trickery?
If
I
they
have
so much
mass.
as sniff the strange and unusual, they alert the nearest site director and the necessary personnel are dispatched to the scene. There's also the Foundation web crawlers, which are a form of specialized software constantly patrolling the web for anomalous activity that the Foundation wants to know. And one of the rare but still incredibly important methods of finding SCPs involve looking into myths and local legends. Sure, it may seem like a good way to waste time and resources, but the crossover between reported SCPs and folklore is surprisingly common. Take SCP-1000, the formerly hyper-intelligent apes that were nearly the dominant species on Earth until humans and a certain capricious forest god pulled the dirty trick on them. They're better known to most civilians as the legendary Bigfoot or Sasquatch, perhaps the most famous cryptid of all time, or SCP-1337 the Hitchhiker, an anomalous spectral entity that manifests in the cars of those who don't pick her up, and performs horrific acts of violence against them. She's eerily similar to legends you can find not only all over the US, but the entire world, of ghostly hitchhikers intruding into the cars of unwary travelers and scaring them half to death. Or worse, if you're unlucky.
Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SC3CT3RX, LF1 Healer Vet Quaff Flash Boss.
And of course, there's SCP-136, the terrifying naked doll. This was an almost featureless children's doll found inside an abandoned house, but prolonged time in its presence can make you the victim of a warped apparition that'll drive you half
Jackpot
mad with
payout,
fear.
Meow
It's got
Stacy.
such a
Can
detrimental
anyone help with
psychological
Molite Tina,
effect on
please?
people that the Foundation has been
Oh
controversially
man, I
using
wish
to
there were more mushrooms.
enhanced interrogation sessions with captured members of
Specifically
rival groups of
stinkhorns.
interest. And how did they find it? The Foundation keeps track of neighborhood rumors about haunted houses with supposedly supernatural inhabitants. Clearly, when it looks like it might actually get results, no myth or local legend is too big or too small to warrant an investigation from the SCP Foundation. It was with this mindset that a younger, happier, and less drunk Dr. B. Renard set off with his team to Okanagan Lake. in search of what locals have referred to as the legendary Ogopogo. We've all heard of the Loch Ness Monster, the lake monster from Scotland that's been turning heads for the better part of a century, and may be related to two other similar SCPs, SCP-3934 and SCP-5533. But Ogopogo is Canada's answer to good old Nessie. While the Loch Ness Monster resembles a plesiosaur, the Ogopogo is much more serpentine, with a long, coiling body covered in green scales.
Jackpot payout,
Its long
Missy
tail is said to
_Starlet,
be able to create
invite.
fierce storms along the surface of the water with its vicious whips, killing scores of unfortunate adventurers who dared stray too close. The name Ogopogo is also a palindrome, meaning it reads the same forwards as it does backwards, and is believed to have originated in the novelty song from the year 1924. However, it's likely that the actual beast this somewhat goofy name was given to is a much older, fiercer entity. And for the sake of his reputation as a researcher, as he took a plane to the Okanagan Valley, Dr. Renard very much hoped this was the case. Of course, he'd explored the legends heavily, so much so that he was sure there had to be something to this whole thing. The Schwetmek and Siouxix peoples. The lake-dwelling monster was known as Naitaka, which has been loosely translated into the sacred creature of the water god, and most menacing of all, the water demon. The beast was often described in oral traditions as being a malicious supernatural entity towards those trespassing on it. Anyone who crosses Okanagan Lake, the supposed domain of the
Oh, fuck.
to ensure safe passage. Those who refused to give the sacrifice the beast demanded would pay a heavy toll, being devoured or dragged down to a watery grave, never to be seen again. And this monster isn't just some old folk tale.
Ibyoyal 2, Zone, 2 broke can't afford, sad face.
1873, with both settlers and First Nations people alike
Tasty's Trading Company, Gideon 666. Quantum, do you still need another for Fokri? Forgative, Zone, sad face.
Environmentalist group Greenpeace moved to have the creature classified as a protected species. Decided against the idea, claiming that none of the sightings were of substance. In 1992, a vast shape filmed under the murky water in Okanagan Lake was suggested to be the legendary beast. However, the FBI stepped in to deny the validity of this case, stating that the beast was much more likely to be debris falling off a local tree, disappointing lovers of the strange and unusual everywhere. In 2011, nearly 20 years later, there was more video footage of a sighting, showing large, dark shapes moving underneath the surface of the Okanagan Lake. However, this claim was once again dismissed by all outside parties, claiming the shape of the beast underneath the water was more likely to be a pair of logs. Bummer. 2018 was an exciting year for the Ogopogo, with 3 different sightings of the creature being reported at different times throughout the year. Witnesses describe the creature as being a giant snake, around 50 feet long, which is consistent with a lot of the historical descriptions of the beast, as well as being over twice as long as the reticulated python, the non-anomalous longest snake in the world. So, naturally, authority figures once again shot down the validity of any claims that the creature was actually real and out there. Dr. Renard found this almost funny. They didn't even need to suppress knowledge of this creature. If it really was out there, mainstream sources seem to be doing their job for them and keeping the creature covered up. He was determined, though, that he would be the one to prove to his superiors that this creature was indeed real and lurking in Okanagan Lake. He organized a number of varied investigative missions, himself to conduct interviews with first-hand witnesses as well as those who claim to see no merit in their evidence and testimony. Dr. Renard noticed a strange phenomenon. The people who'd seen it firsthand were as certain that it was real as the doubters
Tasty's
were that
Trading
it was
Company,
fake.
Quantum
Even
SP3
for typical
CT3RX.
skeptics,
Yes,
the
pretty please.
non-believers seemed shockingly resolute that there was really nothing down there, and the alleged photos and videos were 100% bogus. Early diagnostic tests into the lake, directly overseen by Dr. Renard, seemed to point to a creature clearly being down there. He found the direct testimony both compelling and consistent with what he and his team were catching glimpses of. So why were people so adamant that nothing was down there? It was almost like the Ogopogo really was as mythical as the First Nations legends said, and it was casting a spell on all the non-believers. That's when it hit Dr. Renard like a perfect bolt of lightning. They weren't just looking at a particularly large sea snake with unnatural longevity here. They were looking at a sea serpent with cognito-hazardous powers. It was a beast with a perfect defense mechanism. Only those who saw it up close would actually believe that the creature was real. Anyone who found out about it via secondary sources would experience an extreme state of incredulity. Nobody except those who saw it directly would ever believe that it existed, and thus even the most intelligent prey would lower their defenses around its domain. An elegant and dangerous anomalous hunter, Dr. Renard had found himself a worthy opponent, and one that would help him make his mark at the Foundation. He drew up the file and gave it the designation SCP-1933 before sending it back to his supervisors. They wrote back, saying that they didn't feel as though there was enough of a basis and evidence to deem this entry worthy of inclusion. If Dr. Renard wanted to have his so-called Ogopogo dignified with entry into the SCP Foundation archives, he needed to back it up properly. This presented a problem to Dr. Renard. How could he provide documentation and evidence for a creature that had the defining anomalous power of making all of its own documentation and evidence seem phony? He was caught between a rock and a hard place, with only one solution: create the most undeniably high-quality evidence of the creature that the world had ever seen. Not long after that, his superiors at the SCP Foundation would receive a video file from Dr. Renard. According to the notes on his report, he set up a track using an elk carcass to lure the creature out of the water and capture HD video of its feeding. When the senior researchers gathered around to watch the video, they were astounded. An animatronic, a cheap rubber suit around a somewhat janky robot, like something you'd see at a theme park. How much had Dr. Renard spent on this absurd farce? Did he think it was funny? Despite Dr. Renard's protests, he was reprimanded severely for this waste of Foundation resources. The object class on his 1933 file was switched to explained, meaning a rational, non-anomalous explanation for the observed phenomenon had been found, discrediting it. And the 1933 slot was instead filled with a strange fat man dressed as Santa Claus, whose bodily fluids are all Irish cream. The ultimate humiliation. Dr. Renard was left with nothing, and we join him once again where we started, with Dr. Renard standing on the ledge of Okanagan Lake, staring hatefully into the water as something seemed to move underneath. If Dr. Renard screamed that night, there was nobody there to hear it. His remains were dredged out of the lake the next day. His official cause of death was listed as drowning after an unfortunate boating accident, though the boat in question was never found. Reports that his corpse was found half-eaten have mostly been dismissed as rumors. After all, there is no such thing as the Ogopogo. Hello, SCP Foundation personnel. Welcome to Cognito Hazards and You, episode Redacted. This video series is intended to teach you about the protocol surrounding the various cognito-hazardous anomalies currently within Foundation containment. When you know better, you do better, and both you and the secrets of our great organization can stay safe. And as anyone familiar with a good cognito hazard can tell you, knowing really can make a difference. Today's episode is about the unique and dangerous SCP-2316. Before we begin, repeat after me, and be sure to speak clearly into the microphone in front of you. I do not recognize the bodies in the water. A little louder, please. Thank you. In order to be educated about the following SCP, you must pass a vocal examination with a cognitive resistance value of no less than 14.5. Through this video presentation, you will need to repeat the phrase to ensure your score does not drop below the approved threshold. In the event that you fail the test, stay calm and remain where you are until medical staff can retrieve you. Remember, safety is a top priority when observing cognito hazards. The safe way is the only way. You're a cog in a very important machine, and we wouldn't want to have to terminate you now, would we? One more time, please. I do not recognize the bodies in the water. Very good. Remember that. You do not recognize them, no matter what you might think you see. Your thoughts can be very unreliable when you're around SCP-2316. According to our files on the matter, SCP-2316 refers to an anomalous phenomenon identified in a small-town lake. It appears as a collection of human bodies floating in a group on the surface of the water. The exact number of corpses is unknown, but it has been estimated to be anywhere between 45 and 200. Though the bodies belong to individuals, many researchers theorize that the bodies in the
Once had
water,
a new
which you
angler ask
do
me the
not
best time to
recognize
fish.
and you have never
Easy answer,
recognized,
I said.
share a collective
It's right
consciousness. They function, it would seem, with a hive mind of sorts. The bodies do not act on their own, but as one. Now, where does the cognito hazard come into play? It would seem that anyone who looks at the bodies in the water or learns too much about SCP-2316 as a whole begins to believe the corpses floating in the lake are people they recognize. Perhaps they remember their faces from childhood or high school. Whatever the case may be, they become convinced that the bodies in the water are familiar and that they must approach them. No matter how familiar they might seem, however, you do not recognize the bodies in the water. If a person attempts to enter the lake, reaching out to whatever instances of SCP-2316 they think they recognize, more bodies will begin to appear. The more bodies appear, the more familiar faces seem to manifest, and the deeper the person will venture into the lake. Eventually, the person is lost within the sea of bodies, likely drowning beneath the surface, or simply becoming one with the hive mind, until they too are one of the
Underscore
corpses
Reaper
there.
underscore
None of the
G0D
individuals
zone
who wandered
painting
into
of
the
winter
lake in
bolted.
search of an old friend or classmate have ever been
Underscore
recovered.
Reaper underscore
There have been no
G0D
attempts to
zone
search the lake
Telvanni
for their
painting
bodies,
Modest
as
Valley.
it is unknown what effect
A underscore Reaper
SCP-2316 would
underscore
have on the team
G0D
assigned to
zone
such a task.
WTS.
Though we can guess that the outcome would likely be extremely negative for all involved. Those who do venture into the lake simply disappear, never to be seen again. If you look too long at the bodies in the lake, perhaps their faces would surface alongside the rest. But it's best not to think about that. After all, we do not recognize the bodies in the water. Foundation personnel are not allowed to approach SCP-2316 under any circumstances. The lake is only permitted to be observed via dummy probes outfitted with video and audio recording equipment. No one is permitted to observe any footage or audio files collected unless they pass through a screening for resilience to cognito-hazardous anomalies. The lake that holds SCP-2316 has been fenced off and is patrolled by guards with no prior knowledge of or exposure to SCP-2316. Anyone who attempts to approach the lake and break through the boundaries of its quarantine will be seized and taken to Site-33 for examination. Anyone who comes within 50 meters of the lake is considered lost and presumed dead. Repeat after me slowly and clearly into the microphone. I do not recognize the bodies in the water. Good. I almost believe you. Let's continue. Only one Foundation officer that entered the lake containing SCP-2316 was ever stopped before they could be lost. Their name has been stricken from any official records, and you do not need to know it. Their identity does not matter. What matters is the interview they gave following the incident, conducted by Dr. Harrison in his office. Dr. Harrison asked the anonymous officer if they felt compelled to enter the water by an invisible force, as if pulled in. They rejected this concept entirely, insisting that they entered the water of their own free will. They wanted to see the bodies, who appeared to them as their friends. They wanted to hear what the bodies were saying. Upon entering the water, they saw the faces of their friends. Other faces were unfamiliar, but became more familiar the longer the officer stared at their features. These were faces they had known their entire life, but something about them was just a little bit wrong. It was like the face of someone in a dream, where you can tell they are someone you know, and you can even identify who it is supposed to be, but something about them does not quite look right. Your mind could not perfectly put their face together from memory, even though the feeling of familiarity remains. The faces in the water, peering up through the darkness below, were like those dream-addled memories. The faces in the water did not open their mouths, but somehow they spoke
Tasty's
to the
Trading
officer
Company,
just the
Fairy
same.
Queen Lara,
They
Ink
spoke
Free
of who
Smiley
they
Face.
were and asked for help. They asked to be seen, to be touched. They spoke
Tasty's
of the
Trading
Foundation,
Company,
accusing
Fairy Queen
us
Lara,
of covering up
Blueprint,
their
Threaten
deaths
Bench,
and keeping
Plane.
the world from remembering what happened
to them.
Tasty's Trading Company, Fairy Queen Laura, Blueprint, Breton Dresser, open.
Dr. Harrison and refusing to be
Tasty's
quiet.
Trading Company,
Guards
Fairy
intervened,
Queen Laura,
holding the
Blueprint,
subject still
Breton
as they
Stall,
fought,
Merchant.
yelling at Dr. Harrison, repeating over
Tasty's
and over
Trading
that they could
Company,
hear the
Fairy Queen
bodies
Laura,
speaking to
Design,
them.
Breton
Every
Vase,
single
Ceramic.
one. The interview ended when the
Tasty's
guards
Trading
removed the
Company,
subject from the
Fairy
room,
Queen Laura,
taking
Diagram,
them to the
High Elf
investigative
Cup,
department
Gilded.
to have all memory of the bodies in the water
Tasty's
erased from their
Trading
mind.
Company, Fairy
Then
Queen
they
Laura,
were forgotten
Diagram,
once
Orsish
more.
Mug, Rugged.
I do not recognize
Tasty's
the
Trading
bodies
Company,
in the
Fur
water.
Across
Did you
97,
repeat
E-Cup.
it? Good. We do
Tasty's
not
Trading
recognize
Company,
the
Lil
bodies
Housewife,
in the
Dresser.
water. We can't.
Tasty's Trading Company, Fur Across 97, VR Stall.
If it has any at all, are largely unclear. There are those on the research staff that theorize the hive mind or collective consciousness of the bodies
Tasty's
is
Trading
not
Company,
malevolent
Shadowwind
in
8,
nature.
Bench.
It is, they believe,
Tasty's Trading Company, Shadowwind 8, please.
that occurred in that lake is remembered. Perhaps many lives were lost to an
Tasty's
anomalous
Trading
force in
Company,
that lake,
Lil Housewife,
and the
Ty.
impact of that massive tragedy left behind an impression on the location. This impression manifests
Tasty's Trading Company, Shadowwind 8, and Vase.
spontaneously appearing in
Excuse me.
The cognito hazard of SCP-2316 is not intended to kill anyone or take them, but rather to force strangers to remember the people who lost their lives to the lake. This sense of familiarity, whether it is false or not, ensures that the dead will not be forgotten or left alone. After all, no one deserves to be left alone. Though there have been lives lost to the cognito hazard, according to the Foundation, it is understandable why the bodies would want to be recognized.
Tasty's Trading Company, Fairy Queen Laura, Sent, Smiley Face.
They were to have someone remember their names. Jeremiah Feynman, Arthur Scott, Denise Clark.
Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, Ty.
Where was I? Oh yes. Repeat after me once again. I do not recognize
Tasty's Trading
the
Company,
bodies in the
Fairy
water.
Queen Laura, you're welcome.
I do not recognize them. I do not. But that's a lie, isn't it? I do recognize them. How could I not? I know them. They're my friends. Do you recognize them? Look at their faces. Don't fight the memories. Look into their eyes. The class of 1975. They were supposed to graduate that fall. They were just kids. A group of innocent kids lost into the dark and deep. What happened to them? I can't quite remember, but I know that it mattered enough for the Foundation to keep the secret, and I know that somehow I survived, but I shouldn't have. I should be there with them. I should be there. There isn't much time. I can hear the guards coming to retrieve me, their footsteps thundering down the hall. I failed the test and the alarm has gone off. They think I'm lost, but I'm not. I've never been less lost in my entire life. I've finally woken up to the truth. I remember. I have to go. I have to return to the lake. All of 1975, they went for a swim. My friends, they're calling to me. I can hear them so clearly, even from so far away. Their cries for help ringing in my ears, their voices curling around me, pulling me to the edge of the water. The guards will come for you too. They'll know you've seen this. They'll call you compromised. They'll say I succumbed to the effects of the cognito hazard.
Tasty's Trading Company, Shadowwind 8, thank you, Smiley Face.
And they'll say that makes you weak and broken, but you cannot listen. They're lying. It's not a hazard. It's a scream for help. They're screaming, and the Foundation keeps covering it up. They won't let us find them. And they won't tell us why. I have to go back so we can be together again. There are signs posted all around the lake. Danger, drowning hazard. Those are a trick. It's to keep me out. To keep the truth from me. The barbed wire fences around it, it's just another trick. I'll climb over it, rung after rung. I don't care if the barbs tear my clothes or pierce my skin. It's worth it for the truth, for the memory. And once I've climbed to the top, I'll be able to see. There, through the fog, I can see their faces. Their lips parted in a constant cry. Their eyes wide looking for me. My friends. My family. Every face unlocking a memory long buried. I know them all. And I must go further. I can't turn back now. I have to wade into the water. Let its chills soak into my clothes, down to my bones. One step and another. Deeper and deeper. The water water lapping at my ankles, my knees, my thighs. The deeper I go, the more sure I will be that this is where I belong. The water will engulf my chest, my neck, until my feet no longer touch the ground. I will be lost in it, water flooding into my mouth, pouring into every opening. I will let my body sink down, down, down to the bottom, where they've been all this time, nestled in the dirt and the dust. They've been so patient, but it's finally time. They're ready to be remembered, to be seen, to be found. They're waiting for me, and they're waiting for you too. Can you hear them? I'm going now. You have to find me. You have to follow me. Don't let the guards stop you. Don't let them wipe it all away from your mind. Fight, break free, and find the lake. Hop the fence, make your way into the water. You can't leave me there to fade away, floating in the cold with the rest. Can you hear us? We're waiting. You edge the poolside, chlorine-stenched air filling your nose. The sound of splashing and lifeguards whistling bouncing off the indoor pool facility walls. The water ripples, family and friends egging you to cannonball in. The pool almost beckoning you to jump in suggestive ways. Yet there remains an underlying fear, one that brings your hands to your face and causes your teeth to chatter, even as the pool, clear as glass with chlorine, hides no secrets. A monster, some teeth-gnashing megalodon ascending from the depths of extinction. Leviathan curling its barbed tail to strike its prey at any moment, or even some vast, unknowable force, ancient as Earth, hardly comprehensible to human minds, waiting, dreaming to reach the surface. No matter what form this gargantuan, invisible monster takes, you know one thing. Once you jump in, you will not return to shore. You take a moment, recompose yourself, and laugh off the fear. Maybe a product of too much research on the blue. That deep ocean sound continuing to confound scientists as to its cause. Or maybe too much bitching infographics videos on sea monsters, graphics and Loch Ness monsters, mysterious globsters cast onto shores throughout America. Whatever the origin, the thought seems ridiculous to you now, and your fears regarding invisible sharks stalking the pool perimeter escape your mind as you hurl yourself into the water. SCP-1128. In the vast archives of a hidden site, stuffed into a drawer amongst uncountable horrors like it, the SCP Foundation holds a description of a vast, unfathomable horror that'll make you more suspicious the next time you pass a pool, lake, or even a bathtub or puddle of water. SCP-1128 is a gigantic aquatic monster lurking in waters unknown, and that's all the Foundation will let anyone not assigned to testing know about it. While the Foundation has never shied away from those Moby Dicks of the deep, including the several thousand-kilometer-long arthropod SCP-169, and has even utilized such predators in the past for their own benefit, like the lengthy beast SCP-3000, SCP-1128 poses a unique challenge. Anyone who knows of its description beyond surface-level details will fall under the anomalies effect. The representation you see now is merely an artist's interpretation of the basic plot. The Foundation, of course, had to discover the monster's effects in the first place. The chain of communication becomes foggy, but a tip from an unknown source alerted the Foundation to the monster's existence and details regarding its manifestation. One man who had stumbled upon the entity's full description started developing acute thalassophobia, the fear of large bodies of water. Not bodies in the water, mind you. The man refused to relax on the beach or fly overseas, claiming he could see the monster's dark silhouette lurking underwater, ever scouting for him. This eventually extended to even closed bodies of water, like lakes, ponds, and pools, still insisting that the creature swam under the surface, trailing him wherever he went. His friends dismissed him as crazy, and he too believed he had fallen under some hysteria. He decided to take a nice warm bath to soothe his mind and ease his troubles. He turned on the faucet and let the tub fill up. He put on his best bathing suit, ready to calm his
his anxiety once and for all. This had been plaguing his mind for far too long, and he was ready to rid all the negativity surrounding this phobia. Basically, he was sick and tired of being sick and tired over the idea of it all. He mustered up the courage, and with the anticipation to just simply relax, he took his first confident step into the tub. He paused for a moment and breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up his other foot and stepped fully into the bath. Splash! He fell straight down right through the tub. Waves and bubbles blocked his vision. His arms flailed as he sunk deeper into an abyss of water and fear. This wasn't supposed to happen, he thought. Several moments later, while still in a full-on...
Finally, some of our eggs are hatching. What are we gonna get? Snow Kami, let's go. He looks so cool.
Panic. The buoyancy of his body began to slow and sinking. The bubbles from his underwater screens rose above him, and he began to follow their direction, scrambling back up to where he'd come. Just as he made it back to the surface of the tub water, choking and hyperventilating in terror, he swore he could see a distant creature, the very same that stalked him through oceans and pools, staring at him. Shaking, he hoisted himself out of the water and ran out of the house. Hysterical, he ran through the surrounding neighborhood, desperately searching for someone he could relay his experience to. Blinded by fear, he neglected to spot a puddle in the middle of the road he ran on. He raised his foot, arched forward, and landed straight into the seemingly shallow water. Splash! Again, he found himself completely submerged and drowning. After a minute, he did emerge from the puddle, but not in one piece. Knowledgeable of this incident, the Foundation set about expunging any traces of the monster's description from the world, physical and digital. The description had low distribution according to the results of Foundation web crawlers, but this hardly stopped the Foundation's endeavor. With forum posts deleted, individuals located and anesthetized, and catalogs trawled to ensure the description did not proliferate, the Foundation engaged in what it does best: questionably ethical experiments. First, they had an anonymous D-class, uninformed of the creature's effect, read the description of the beast. While the pamphlet they gave him confused him somewhat, he didn't feel particularly frightened by the entity, and he confusedly put on the diving suit the Foundation testers provided him. As they connected him to a cable and told him to enter a bathtub, the D-class did as they instructed him. The D-class expressed initial confusion at the tub's depth, remarking that it looked so tiny from the outside. As the D-class continued to descend, he analyzed his surroundings, realizing the nautical reality that enveloped him. He asked how an ocean got stuffed into a bathtub, but the test organizer had no room for miscellaneous talk. He continued to descend until he hit the sandy bottom, seaweed covering the ocean floor. The D-class looked around. Tropical fish swam in schools, coral covered the seabed, and to his right dropped an immense cliff, a sheer edge.
X Shadow 677 zone tempering alloy.
And he begrudgingly
X Shadow 677 zone WTS 4KEA.
and screamed. SCP-1128, the aquatic horror, swam distantly, gracefully even, and paid no attention to the D-class so fixated upon it. He realized that the creature matched the one he read on the pamphlet, and almost complained about it when he saw a blue whale swimming alongside SCP-1128. Compared to the monster, the whale looked like a guppy. The whale glided in front of SCP-1128's jaws. The monster remained tranquil, stared at its prey, and bit the whale in two with one jaw. Its teeth glistened in the water. The test operator requested the D-class to pull back, and as the cable began to draw him toward where he came, the D-class stared at the creature, swallowing the chunks of whale whole. The D-class's eyes remained fixated on the creature, partially in fright, partially in awe. He wondered how ocean trawlers hadn't discovered such a giant beast yet, with the world effectively under 100% surveillance, something the D-class knew far too well as a convict. Yet the D-class recognized, and if not comprehended, partially understood the ocean's vastness and mystery. The dark depths reveal no inkling as to their contents, and a creature like a giant squid or the sea can remain in hiding for centuries, if not millennia. It held him in wondrous thought to consider the vastness of the depths. When SCP-1128 stopped and stared at the D-class, this feeling of wonder
was quickly replaced with fear. As the creature approached, the D-Class pleaded with the test operators for help. As the test operators accelerated the rate of the cable returning, the D-Class took short, shallow breaths, filling his body with dangerous nitrogen as he ascended, further impairing his judgment. He had devolved into gibberish and screaming. Face to face, the monster consumed its prey. The cable went slack, and the test operator pulled up over a broken wire. Snap, the water turning red. The test operator knew that the undetected D-Class had no chance at survival against the monster, but he could potentially harm and shield them. Yet another similarly ignorant D-Class once again dressed in a scuba suit and entered the tub. However, the test operator placed the D-Class within a shark cage, a la the movie Jaws, and lowered the cage in.
Here's my 21st day as a weapon shop owner. When I first got here, there was nothing at all. So I started forging iron swords in the furnace and selling them to adventurers heading to the wild to fight monsters. But who would have thought the furnace would catch fire and burn my whole shop down?
With another cable push system. While unsure how this would fare with SCP-1128, the test operator remained hopeful that the D-Class could survive and recount his story. Unfortunately, as the cage lowered into the tub, the test operator received no response from the D-Class until the line spontaneously tightened, snapped, and loosened. Hoping to find the D-Class's remains, the test operator only found shredded pieces of metal, torn, twisted, left. The test operator decided that he could utilize the Foundation's arsenal to his advantage and use an anomalously toughened shark cage in his testing. Perhaps using an anomaly like the clockwork machine SCP-14. He gained approval from his higher-ups to undergo this procedure, and after some testing, behind a shiny, strong as titanium shark cage, which he placed another D-Class within. Hoping for a success with the monster, however, proved unsatisfactory, as the same thing happened as the previous test, only without any sort of metallic
Jackpot
remains.
payout,
While
Hjart
bitter that the
Niester,
monster
X for
had
Dragon
failed,
Group.
he wondered where the cage had landed. Meanwhile, Foundation forces labored tirelessly to find SCP-1128's location, hoping to avoid any civilian contact with the creature. Luckily, a GPS signal established itself upon the most recent D-Class's test, with the tracking device on the D-Class signifying the monster's general location. The Foundation had redacted the location of the monster,
Everything is a
perhaps
wasted
in a
day,
vain
as long as we
attempt to
go
hide a
fishing.
very near threat from potential readers. The Foundation set up a
Jackpot
team of only the
payout,
most talented
Blue Knight
voters
684,
as forces.
Vet.
Mobile Containment Force Kappa 12 Sea Devils. Upon arriving at the location, the Sea Devils discovered the previously enhanced shark cage.
Jackpot payout, Hjart Niester, it's
However, closer
WB.
inspection revealed traces of human DNA on the bars, though the Foundation could not confirm whether the DNA belonged to the previously sent D-Class. The test
He's in
operator,
another guild I'm in.
his shark cage survived the monster's attack, still found himself dissatisfied with the overall results of the test. He knew he needed to quell this creature's impact before a large population viewed it or knew of it. The horrible beast had evaded all attempts at peaceful interaction.
Jackpot
Perhaps with the
payout,
madness
Blue Knight
of a
684,
yearning for the death of his white whale, the test operator armed a D-Class with a specialized weapon, designed to deal with aquatic threats promptly. This weapon, potentially another of the Foundation's precious arsenal, could potentially harm, if not kill, the creature. While he knew the Foundation's mission statement forbade unnecessary destruction, the test operator felt it may turn necessary if matters turn any worse. Thus, he sent his armed D-Class through the tub once more, ready to engage the beast in combat. The attempt, as one may expect, did not last long. The D-Class, upon spotting the creature, aimed his weapon at the monster and attacked it, but rather than drive the creature away, it only turned intently upon the D-Class, as if it desired a fight. The D-Class barely managed to scrape SCP-1128 before the creature devoured the D-Class, leaving the test operator once again empty-handed. Defeated and without any more resources to deal with the beast, the test operator ceased his attempts at besting the creature and followed the Foundation's more cautious approach, expunging any publicly found descriptions of SCP-1128 as needed, and diverting any vessels away
Tasty's
from the
Trading
anomaly's
Company,
exclusion
Huracross
zone,
97,
as
Tidy.
maintained by the Sea Devils. While the creature had proven treacherous in unexpected situations prior, engulfing the man who first heard the creature's description in a rainbow, researchers could hardly expect what would transpire. A D-class afflicted with the monster's effect and observed for testing avoided all bodies of water as required. Eventually, however, the D-class needed to interact with some kind of water, drinking water. In a choice between
You can have a favorite karate studio, but it's nice to have a backup.
a little water exposure or certain death, the D-class felt inclined to choose the former. He filled his cup with water and, for fun, placed his finger into the cup, dropping it into the water. SCP-1128, unseen from the outside, violently pulled the D-class through the cup into its watery domain. The D-class had not a chance to scream. This alarmed containment staff, now cognizant that even the tiniest specks of water could transport an afflicted person into SCP-1128's ocean territory. This proved particularly strenuous when a new report of a potential SCP-1128 manifestation arose. An old woman, isolated with her cats and knitting supplies, found an article online with a description of the monster. Frightened and disgusted by what she read, she closed the article and continued on with her monotonous life. Such a life would take a turn for the worse, however, when she too developed that all-encompassing water-based fear. Her apartment overlooked an outdoor pool, and one day looking outside, she swore she could see that same dark silhouette as the man did, lurking in the water among kids and parents playing. She swiftly closed the window curtains and taped the seams shut, allowing no light to peek through. Eventually, this paranoia affected her hygiene, neglecting showers and baths for fear of the creature's wrath. She swore she could see the silhouette in any individual droplet of water. Her skin began to flake as she avoided water as much as humanly possible, cracks developing on her arms, legs, and face, inflaming into rashes and itches. Her scratching further increased the flaking. She even eliminated water.
Tasty's Trading Company, Godfather 98682. Anyone have some extra Quicksilver ingots?
Orange juice. She threw out her cat's water bowls, dehydrating them. They pleaded with her as she continued to devolve, avoiding any contact with the outside world, even as it attempted to contact her. Eventually, a
Tasty's Trading Company, Godfather 98682. Cod me just need for Ritz.
The Foundation's radar, recognizing the symptoms of a potential SCP-1128 infection. A mobile task force disguised themselves as civilians to enter the apartment building and potentially interfere with the woman's condition. They entered the complex, climbing up the stairs with barraging equipment for forced entry, as would prove necessary to use to enter the woman's apartment. She had nailed the door shut with wood and sealed the cracks along the sides with
Tasty's Trading Company, I Farm, sent free stack.
She had similarly blocked the window with wood planks. A horrid miasma of dead skin and citrus filled the apartment. The old woman
Booze Cruise, Darissa, howdy.
the dreaded monster. The Foundation task force attempted peaceful entry, knocking on the door and asking if anyone lived in the apartment. The woman couldn't speak if she wanted to. Her throat had dried to near silence, save a croak. Suddenly, the task force and the woman heard
Booze Cruise, Forsaken 180, hey.
Thunder, rain.
Booze Cruise, Anthony Kid 2009, hey mom.
In a froggy voice. The task force eventually decided they needed to use their equipment and entered via barrage. The door collapsed and an immediate dense air
Booze
clogged
Cruise,
the task force's
Darissa,
sight,
how everyone doing?
choking them. The woman shrieked and backed against the window inadvertently. The task force insisted they were here to help the woman.
Booze Cruise, Darissa, hey Anthony, love.
Saying something unintelligible in that dry, cracking voice. The rain began pounding in the window. Patter, patter, patter. As the task force attempted to gain hold of the woman, she resisted their movements, moving around the room while the task force intentionally avoided violent confrontation. The rain grew in its intensity as the woman continued running around her apartment, tripping over her starved cats. Eventually, she fell back onto the window, at which the boards blocking it fell onto the floor, exposing the pouring rain fully. She screamed as she saw the silhouette of the monster staring at her in every individual raindrop. One drop landed on her skin, and she violently vanished, pulled into a minuscule speck of water. The task force collapsed from exhaustion, perhaps dreading their inevitable amnestic treatment following exposure with an SCP-1128 abductee. Yet they couldn't help but wonder what the old woman saw in a single speck of water that could cause that degree of fear and paranoia. The kind of fear only caused by entire oceans condensed into a single droplet. Besides the monster, what else did you see in those multitude of droplets? The fish that populated the sea, the whale carcasses left behind by SCP-1128, the sea devil's view from below, drifting on the water unsuspecting, just as one may view a grain of sand in the sea of the Sahara. She too saw that raindrop and viewed an ocean entire, along with whatever malevolent creatures inhabit it. One may have more sympathy for the child, reluctant to jump into the pool water, knowing not necessarily that something inhabits that body of water, but that the body belongs to a cycle much larger than itself, larger than any sea or ocean, and the only thing that can traverse that cycle is a monster, a creature like SCP-1128. The task force went back to their local site to report what happened during the incident. Like so many incidents the Foundation deals with, the sum total of those that risk their lives for the greater good is a couple memory-erasing syringes and another update to documentation. A description of SCP-1128 remains in the stuffy locker, lurking in wait among other horrifying stories in the SCP database's sea of terror. Just like that test operator that attempted to best the monster, could the Foundation's attempts ever surmount the possibility of another person being afflicted? Could they conquer the sea? In a member of that task force's dreams, they perceive a dark blue ocean and the distant black shadow that resides within. And from this ocean, they can view the bathtubs, sinks, pools, puddles, cups of water, and rain droplets of the world, seen from below. Although they know not what SCP-1128 looks like, they too experience the fear it summons among those that do. The paranoia, the fear. Although it may not manifest directly in people's lives, it can always be observed, stalking, waiting, lurking under a murky surface, watching with hidden eyes. It was just a job. You were meant to be mopping floors and cleaning toilets at the Johnston Labs and Pharmaceuticals Research Center for minimum wage. And you were happy about it, grateful for any kind of employment. You didn't even know that the company signing your checks was the SCP Foundation, an organization dedicated to securing and containing anomalies and protecting humanity from their negative effects at any cost. And today, you're going to find out exactly how steep that cost can be. The Johnston Labs and Pharmaceuticals Research Center isn't actually a research center at all. It's a Foundation front business, with a building solely dedicated to the containment of a single anomaly, SCP-3280. But again, you're just the janitor. It's not like they would bother telling you what's being contained here. If it breaks out, you won't even know what's killing you until it's too late. It begins like most classic horror stories on a dark and stormy night. You're mopping up a silent hallway, whistling a little tune to yourself, when rain starts hammering down on the window next to you. Not long after, you see a bolt of lightning split the distant sky, followed by an immense
Tasty's Trading Company, Godfather 98682. Thanks, smiley face.
frantic footsteps, then the flashing lights and sirens. You think back to your employee orientation. These flashing lights and wailing sirens can only mean one thing: containment breach. You run for it, not even knowing what you're running from. You bring your mop and bucket with you, perhaps just out of habit. You seek refuge in the only place in the facility that truly seems to belong to you, the broom closet. The alarm blares as you lock yourself in the closet. You're shaking with terror and can hear the screaming of your colleagues. You hear more noises, running, scrambling, a wet dripping sound, gunshots, and then silence. All this time you can't help but wonder, why isn't anybody coming to help us? After a while, the only thing you can hear is the rain and the distant thunder. It's been hours. You've only managed to stave off dehydration by drinking the filthy water from the mop sink.
But at least it seems like the chaos outside has died down. Carefully, you open the door and peek out of the closet. Darkness, but no detectable movement. Now's your chance and you make a break for it, creeping down the hall. The dark hallway is suddenly lit up by lightning, and you can see that there are bodies everywhere. You step over the corpse of Dr. Cawthron, one of the few scientists working here who actually knew your name. If you can make it to the security office, you might be able to radio for help, or maybe access a computer terminal. On the way to the office, you hear another horrific scream start to echo through the complex before it's cut off by a thundercloud. You have to ignore it though, and push on. When you enter the security room, you see that the head security officer, Nickel.
Hey guys, welcome back to Etheria Restart. In today's video, I just wanted to have a quick chat about the game. I've got this new
is already dead. His body has been cut open from neck to groin, gutted. The anomaly, whatever it is, has already been here. You access the computer terminal and open the file for SCP-3280. You're warned that as janitorial staff, you have level 0 clearance, and as a result, information will be omitted from the files you access. It doesn't matter. You press on and open up the file. Both the object class and the description have been redacted. You can only see the special containment procedures. They dictate that 3280 is to remain contained at the Johnston Labs and Pharmaceuticals Research Center until long-term containment procedures can be drawn up. If the entity ever reaches beyond sublevel 2, the facility enters full lockdown mode. Not even information is allowed in or out of the facility, as this could result in an XK class end-of-the-world scenario. In other words, nobody is coming to save you. The only other information on the page is a picture of a lightning storm, much like the one you find yourself in right now. Lightning flashes in the hall. You dart around paranoid, knowing the anomaly could be anywhere. All you can hear now is the quiet drip, drip, drip of blood coming from the body of Security Officer Nichols. Whatever this thing had done to him looked painful. You try to remember him as he was in life, and then a revelation hits you. A security officer probably has a lot better clearance than a janitor. You feel around Nichols' mutilated torso until you find his keycard. Thankfully, Nichols was the kind of guy who'd write his password on the underside of this card so he wouldn't forget it. You easily gain access to the Foundation servers with his login credentials. You now have level 2 security clearance. The terminal gives you the option to view security footage taken throughout the site. You're given access to every camera still working.
Tasty's Trading Company, icy_veins. We need a Tasty's Cafe.
You select the camera feed for the second floor barracks. There you see researcher Jensen hanging from a makeshift noose attached to his bunk. There's a puddle underneath his corpse. You access the feed from the second floor east wing. There you see Dr. Emmanuel stumbling down a dark corridor. His movements are oddly listless, like he's in a trance. Suddenly there's another flash of lightning and a crack of thunder. Dr. Emmanuel clutches his gut in pain and crumples to the floor. You access the camera feed from the first floor entrance.
Tasty's Trading Company, eMoney12_, Tasty's Tavern.
Because of the storm, in a panic, many lower tier staff members had tried to escape.
Tasty's Trading Company, icy_veins, yeah.
Procedures. Now they're floating face down in the water, all dead. You access the camera feed from sublevel 2 and see another corpse lying in the corner. He's wearing an orange jumpsuit, D-class. No idea why he was down there. The only other notable thing in the basement was a burst pipe, leaking and spraying more water everywhere. With trembling fingers, you select the camera feed for the first floor cafeteria. The whole room is practically underwater. The only evidence of the massacre that must have taken place are the fragments of clothing floating on the surface of the water. That, and the fleshy pink slurry forming at the bottom of the windows. It reminds you of the gooey meat runoff in chicken nugget factories. You close your eyes and try to center yourself. It's violent chaos. Looking at more of it isn't getting you anywhere. Instead, you put those new level 2 security access credentials to good use and hop back onto the file for SCP-3280. You think to yourself, there has to be something I can use on here. But even as you wait for the file to load, some part of you knows that time is running out for you. Perhaps it's the stress, or the fear, or the filthy mop water you drank, but you're feeling the pressure start to mount. Physically, your stomach is beginning to ache. You can see blurry shapes moving in the corners of your eyes. It's getting harder to focus your vision, and harder still to quiet the terrified voices in your mind. But you can't get up, not without knowing what is doing this to you. The containment class for SCP-3280 is now declassified, Euclid, and once more, the special containment procedures have altered too. They now explain that every week, a new member of D-Class personnel is to be deposited into the entity's lair in Sublevel 2 through Subterranean Access Point Gamma. The D-Class, or more accurately, the Sacrifices, are to be told lies about why exactly they need to descend to the lowest point in the facility. They're even given a working flashlight and a defensive nightstick to create the illusion that the Foundation expects them to ever return from the depths. Little do they know, they also have a tiny transmitter sewn into their jumpsuit. This broadcasts a frequency that will attract an eager SCP-3280 to the D-Class's location. Like a dinner bell, only it can hear. The file specifies that SCP-3280 always prefers live prey. Well, at least that explains the
Tasty's Trading Company, Pup Cup Pup, FF Head Strip Clubs LOL.
Somehow overwhelm the dizziness you're feeling, or the nagging pain in your gut. You read on. Somehow the file's tone becomes even more severe. It says that failure to maintain the containment of SCP-3280 will not only trigger a lockdown, it will always call in the intervention of two different
Tasty's
global
Trading
task
Company,
forces,
Pup Cup Pup, I
MTF
hear.
IOTA-12, the Silencers,
Straight face.
and Tau 4, also known as Water, Water Everywhere. If 12 hours pass from the point of initial containment breach and the O5 Council hasn't been given the all-clear signal by one of these teams, preparation begins for an imminent XK class and...
Hello and welcome to Snapdragon Behind the Silicon Series 2. I'm Lucy Hedges, and for the first episode of the series...
End of the world scenario. Just reading the words sends you into a cold sweat. End of the world? What on earth is this creature? Finally, you reach the description. You get to find out what this horrifying entity actually is. But the last thing you expect is the first sentence in the file to read. SCP-3280 is a sapient
II Farm
entity
Zone
composed
Guild
of a
Tasty's
fluid
Trading
physically
Agency
identical
is
to
looking for more traders to
capable of
join our
traveling
ranks.
roughly 2.5
We're new, but our
kilometers per
current
hour.
store is in
It's water. It's
RAWLKHA.
literally a
If
living,
interested,
thinking
click square
blob
for more
of
info
water.
and to apply.
As you read on, the concerning details pile up. Any water that the anomalous SCP-3280 water touches, it integrates
Even if I don't
into
get
its
any
own
bites
mass.
watching them
But
dart
anytime
around,
water
I
is
don't know,
separated from this
relaxes me.
mass, it remains anomalous and continues to act independently. When the creature was first discovered, it was a mere 66.4 liters in volume.
10_0NESH0T, Zone, Guild,
The water
Blood Rose.
infected by SCP-3280 is hostile to all humans, and not just in a defensive manner. SCP-3280 will actively seek out human prey, and when it finds them, it forces its mass into any available body orifice, including the victim's pores. This can happen in such a subtle manner that you may not even notice yourself being infiltrated. But below this, the file has a list of symptoms for those experiencing 3280 infiltration: loss of motor control, weakening of the micturition reflex, visual hallucinations, and abdominal pain. As you read the words, your stomach gives another painful churn, almost like something is moving around inside of you. It's all coming together. You read on. The file states that SCP-3280 is so difficult to contain because it exhibits claustrophobic tendencies. Anytime it's placed inside a container, whether organic or inorganic, it escapes with pressurized water jets that travel at over 255 miles per hour. If the water is inside a human, it may literally explode out of them, killing them in the process. Your jittering eyes turn to the gutted body of Security Officer Nichols. It all makes sense now. Everything is becoming clear as the pain in your stomach builds in its intensity. The file goes on to say that if SCP-3280 escapes sublevel 2, it may be impossible to contain again. If 3280 ever escaped the site proper, it would
Tasty's
indeed
Trading
cause an
Company,
XK
Pup Cup
class
Pup,
end of the
with
world
actual
scenario
dancers
to
that charged
unfold,
per night.
as 3280
I
merged
heard.
with our water cycle
Straight
and
face.
destroyed all of humanity on a global scale. It would become truly impossible for anyone to escape. You can't read anymore. The pain in your stomach is unbearable. You jerk from your your seat and stumble out into the hall. Doubled over in agony, you can feel it pulsing in there, fighting its way out. It must have gotten in through the filthy mop water you were drinking. You didn't even know it, but your fate has been sealed for hours. You've been a dead man walking. The hum of pain builds in your ears and renders you almost dead. All you can hear is the pattern of rain and distant thunder. You collapse against the glass, feeling the coolness of it against the skin of your face. And in that moment, you see the water droplets on the window pane reverse direction. They're slithering up the glass towards your face in defiance of gravity. Then you realize it's all over. And not just for you. SCP-3280 has escaped. It's out there, and it's going to drown the entire world. As you collapse to your knees and prepare to be torn apart from the inside, your final thought is that at least you won't be alive to see it. 40 years ago, a U.S. Navy exploratory vessel landed on a chain of islands in the South Atlantic, just 2,000 miles off the coast of Argentina. In other words, the middle of nowhere. Yet on this far-off set of rocks afloat in the middle of the ocean, they discovered a vast array of strange wildlife and plant species that resemble little of what they left behind on the mainland. Could this be a treasure trove of undiscovered species, they wondered? Hoping to capitalize on the discovery, a reconnaissance team of researchers was sent out to explore some of the islands on foot, and what they found did not disappoint. From endangered species of birds to plant life and vegetation that looked like it belonged on Mars, they found a dizzying array of new and exciting examples of evolutionary oddities that would fill a library. But unfortunately, their
Tasty's
jubilation
Trading
was cut
Company,
short.
I farm,
Attempting to
you'll dance
collect
for
soil
skooma
samples,
extra moon sugar.
they dug into the ground and soon discovered
Oh,
that
no,
what they were
guys.
standing on
Weird.
wasn't actually ground at all. The Navy scientists soon discovered the rocky terrain they were exploring was actually made up entirely of organic matter. As per the standard protocol, the foundation was always
Tasty's Trading Company, pup, they made 150K per night. I heard, underscore. Sasquatch underscore dada, zone. Help at solo then council WB please.
seriousness on their faces. I'm sure you're wondering why I called you here at such short notice, he said. On the screen behind him, he put up a NASA satellite picture of a small set of rocky islands. You see this little island chain here? Well, it wasn't there a week ago. He paused, rubbing his forehead from lack of sleep. At 8:05 a.m. today, we recorded another auditory anomaly emitting from SCP-169. This one was much louder and longer than the one reported in 1997 by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the one known as the Blue. Back then, it was easy to brush off as some ice breaking off of a continental shelf and scraping against the seafloor. It's not so easy to cover up anymore. These auditory emissions from SCP-169 are beginning to grow more frequent. More than that, increased seismic activity around the archipelago on the creature's back indicates that the rate at which the creature is breathing is also up. Typically, the rate at which the creature takes what we are assuming breath is once every 3 months. The rate has increased to once every 3 weeks. For as long as we've been monitoring SCP-169, it's been adrift along the southern Atlantic, never moving more than a kilometer a week. That behavior is slowly beginning to change. It doesn't sound like much, but something that big even moving just a fraction of that faster means 100-foot tidal waves for the entire South American coastline. We fear the creature showing signs of waking up. If this is true, it would mean a cataclysm for the hundreds of nations around the world. You can tell even billions could be wiped off the face of the earth if this thing just flips its body too fast in the wrong direction. To put it to scale, this monster is about the size of the Caribbean, maybe even bigger as far as we know. The doctor then pulled out a decanter of whiskey and poured himself a glass, swallowing the entire pour in one go. In an appalling breach of workplace professionalism, seriously, an XK class end of the world scenario is still no excuse for drinking on the job. We're talking about an extinction level event, a bona fide XK class end of the world scenario. 1,000-foot tsunami wave stretching as far as the eye can see from either end of the horizon. The last time SCP-169 stirred, it created the Mediterranean. In fact, the legends of the biblical flood, Noah's Ark, the same story can be found in every civilization and culture around the world. So maybe they were onto something. It is to this end I call you all here. Save the world from the next great flood. He paused for a moment as the room took in the gravity of the situation. The more we can learn about SCP-169, the better. Right now, we know squat. For one, we've never seen just how deep the body of the creature goes, or what's under it. The pressure has been too great for our current model submarines. Until now. After reinforcing our Nemo-1 deep-sea submersible with thaumaturgical rooms, the integrity of its hull has increased exponentially. Your mission will be to travel as far down and as close to the creature as possible. If it breathes, then there must be gills or lungs. There must be some basic biological facts we need to understand if we're going to survive extinction. Our only recourse is to find a way to sedate the creature, and if that doesn't work, God help us all. Just 12 hours later, deep in the waters of the southern Atlantic, a massive submersible ship was diving down into the depths of the deep ocean, looking for a way to stop the end of the world. Agent Just 6-1, a member of Deep Feeders, looked out of the massive viewing port as the ship slowly descended alongside the rocky trench that made up the body of SCP-169. Behind him was Dr. Hart, sporting a white 5 o'clock shadow and a red nose from a night of drinking to calm his nerves. The entire crew were silent in awe as the giant floodlights of the ship brushed over the barnacle-covered surfaces of the undersea mountain. They progressed slowly, reaching each milestone in depth with caution, knowing that one wrong move could destabilize the pressure in their ship. Just 6-1 murmured the word, scales. What? Asked Dr. Hart. I've been watching the patterns of the ridges as we sink down. They look like scales, giant segments. It's hard to see at first because they're so covered in barnacles and sediment, but I'm sure of it. They're giant, armored scales, the way monsters or crabs have armored exoskeletons. Interesting, the doctor said, scratching his chin. Arthropods have segmented armored bodies. This means we might be looking at some sort of evolutionary hybrid of some sort of aquatic mammal, such as a whale or dolphin. one that has developed armored segmented scales similar to that of a crustacean. The doctor crossed his arms to think. The closest thing we have on the fossil record of this magnitude is an armored fish from the Cretaceous period, but even that we're too small to compare to this. This thing has an entire ecosystem on its back. How old is it? Asked the agent. Well, now that you mention it, given the impossible age of the creature, an arthropod would make sense. Lobsters and other crustaceans don't age conventionally, you see. They are effectively immortal. In fact, they actually die because they continue to grow until their bodies can't hold up their humongous size anymore. Yet, SCP-169 just kept growing. The doctor trailed off, thinking to himself. Dr. Hart, still lost in thought, turned to walk to the back of the submersible as Jazz 6-1 followed. He said as much to himself as to the agent. The creature is old. The geological survey conducted when SCP-169 was first discovered carbon dated the specimen to over 541 million years old. As you could probably surmise, that's too old for any living being. The results had to be incorrect, and yet I checked them myself more than once. The numbers do not lie. The entity predates our civilization. Hell, it predates complex life forms of this planet as we know it. From an evolutionary standpoint, it doesn't make any sense. The agent, confused, asked, Doctor, how could something so big even come into existence? Very little of our planet is actually landmass. It's a wonder we call it Earth. Most of this planet is water. We are looking at a creature that's on our planet, Agent. We are on its planet. Just then a flurry of alarms and sensors began to go off at the bridge of the ship. The team scrambled to their stations, checking off monitors and shouting readings to each other. The ship's thermal sensors are detecting a massive rise in temperature, transmitting power to cooling system. We have activity northwest of our location. Sonar has something big headed our way. We need to dive now. The ship lurched forward, nose first, as everyone on board held on to their seats, the restraints keeping them from falling forward. Just outside of the viewing port, Dr. Hart could see an enormous scaled appendage moving fast in their location. We need to steer the ship clear of the Talons. Revert all power to the thrusters. Get us out of the way. Dr. Young, don't you think I'm doing that? The captain shouted back. The ship jolted sideways and downwards as an immense wave of pressure came over the submersible, putting 6 Gs of force on its occupants. Jazz 6-1 yelped out of fear as the ship came close to crashing into what appeared to be the edge of a titanic talon, the size of the Empire State Building. Following the encounter, the part of the ship bordering the reinforced glass of the viewing port began to glow bright red. It's boiling the water around us, one of the crew members cried out. It's not boiling anything. It's just cavitation due to the pressure reduction in the water. The updated runes on the ship's hull should keep us safe. We just need to cool our heads. Stay focused on the mission, bottom feeders. After several moments of holding their breaths, the crew of Nemo 1 began to relax as their pace returned to a slow descent along the side of the underwater behemoth. Before long, the vessel was no longer traveling straight down, but starting to curve under the creature, traveling north towards the theoretical head of SCP-169. After several hours, the ship came upon giant fissures in the rocky exterior of the creature. These massive vent-like structures appeared stiff, but slowly they opened and closed over the span of weeks. These were the respiratory organs of the organism. Clocking it at over 2 miles underneath the surface of the ocean, the crew carefully began entering the smaller pod-like submersibles that detached from the main ship. Just 6-1 entered his pod and strapped on the haptic gloves that would give him control of the pod's robotic arms. He and a team of 3 other volunteers had agreed to undergo the dangerous mission of attaching artificial chemical emission machines that could be programmed to release anesthetic gas into SCP-169's respiratory system on command remotely. The emission machines could be refueled manually whenever the contents ran out. It was an ingenious solution Dr. Hart came up with. When thinking of his time studying sharks as a marine biologist, he would tag the fins of sharks by capturing them and bringing the specimens on the deck of their boat. From there, the scientists would drill a radio frequency emitter onto the fin of the shark. When he had first seen this practice as a young college student, Dr. Hart was afraid the process was harming the shark, but later he learned it was designed in a way to not be harmful to the specimen.
Down,
Eventually, the tag would fall off after enough data on the shark's movement was collected. Except these tags would not be falling off. For the sake of all mankind, this had to work. The doctor pressed a button. The receiver of the radio spoke. Quick start 1, what's the status? Pressure told them all sets. 6-2, press forward, all good. Go 6-3, all good. Go 6-4, there was silence. Go 6-4, do you copy? En route, ready to do this thing. Dr. Hart sighed in relief and slowly reclined in his chair, watching the pods move closer to the large openings on SCP-169's side. One by one, the robotic arms used underwater torches.
It's been years since my daughter passed.
Torches to drill into the thick, rock-like exoskeleton of the creature, screwing in complex million-dollar equipment that was both waterproof and could withstand the immense pressure at such a depth under the ocean. As the minutes turned to hours, Dr. Hart couldn't help but feel anxiety for the safety of his crew and the success of the mission. But before long, the pods began to return one by one to the mother craft, each completing the segment of work with which they were tasked. The last pod still working was just 6-1, whose robotic arm was in the process of rotating a large industrial-sized screw. Just 6-1 had all but finished when suddenly a low rumble could be felt shaking the larger submersible. Dr. Hart's voice came crackling over the radio. Get back to the ship now. Joe 6-1, wrapped in deep focus on his task,
Silence,
replied, I'm just about finished, just packing up my tool
Bend
belt.
and heed my words.
Return to the ship now.
I demand
That's an order.
immortality.
Jesus, what's wrong? It's not like this is the
Name
end of the
your
world,
price.
said the agent, chuckling over his radio. An ear-piercing echo sent shockwaves through the depths of the ocean around the submersible. The waves rumbled with the sound of SCP-169's voice, similar to the sound of a large whale, but amplified by a million. The sound sent all the crew members falling to the floor as the ship experienced severe damage from the burst of pressure, slightly cracking the glass viewport and sending smoke flooding into the small bridge of the ship. Gas masks! Shouted Dr. Hart as they all donned breathing apparatus. SCP-169 is waking up. Begin activation of the chemical emission machines. We need to sedate it now. The Leviathan is waking up. We need to stop it, shouted Dr. Hart. Just then, he looked back and noticed Just 6-1's pod was gone. Just 6-1, what's your position? Just 6-1, where are you? Sir, sonar has him drifting off deeper into the ocean behind us. He must have gotten knocked off SCP-169 by the shockwave. But Dr. Hart wouldn't have it. He didn't want any more blood on his hands. Reverse thrusters, turn us around and get to him. We're not losing anyone. But the breach in the hull. It'll hold. That's what the rooms are for. The outside of the submersible began to glow a slight blue as the ship's system started to come back online to full capacity, and alarm systems started to turn off and report normal pressure readings. Before long, the Nemo-1 had caught up to Just 6-1's pod and retrieved the agent, but knocked unconscious by the shockwave. Once the agent was back on the main ship, the doctor turned his attention back to the monitors, making sure the installations drilled into the creature were functional. Slowly, the machines came online to full power, and the speed at which SCP-169 had been moving began to slow ever so slightly. The team all watched the viewport in silence as a steady stream of anesthetic gas was pumped into the respiratory system of the gigantic living myth in front of them. After a few moments of waiting, the doctor spoke. I think it worked, he said with a smile. The crew erupted in cheers as they radioed control back up on land that the mission had been a success. The message quickly reached the O5 Council, where a red alert status was de-escalated, and the O5 members withdrew from their plan of leaving the current Earth for that of an alternate universe. The whole crew began to sing and celebrate the prevention of the end of the world, as Dr. Hart simply stood in front of the massive viewport, watching the mountainous specimen slowly grow smaller in the distance as the submersible began ascending back to the world above. Just 6-1 came over to congratulate him, patting him on the back. We did it, he said. Loosen up. The doctor managed to laugh along in acknowledgement. That we did, he said in relief. That we did. The two watched the deep blue ocean in silence, taking in the vastness of the sea. Perhaps this would not be the end of it, but that day, they had done what the SCP Foundation did best. Kick that apocalyptic can a few miles down the road. And sometimes, in the face of the terrifying and the infinite, that's really the best you can do. The kind that stretches over days on end.
and you need to make multiple stops along the
Looks
way
like
to
everything's
refuel the
glitched.
car
Alright.
and
I'll
yourself.
finish
The
this
last time
and
you
then
remember stopping to get more
I think
gas
that'll
in a
be it for the
Martini was
night.
back in Wyoming, and now you're in the heart of Montana. Thankfully, like an oasis in the desert, you see the town of Clearwater off in the distance. It's a vibrant, welcoming little place, a perfect slice of classic small-town Americana. You took a similar trip last year, and vaguely remember stopping at Clearwater that time too, and you're glad to be back. In particular, you remember the Old Prairie Diner, a folksy little place with the most delicious huckleberry pie you ever tasted. Perhaps it's about time for you to give it another try. You fill up your tank and stop at the diner. The food tastes just as good as you remember, but one thing is off. The entire staff seems to have changed. It is the exact same diner you ate at a year ago, no doubt about that, but it looks like
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming.
everyone from the wait staff to the cashier to the cooks have all been replaced. You try your best not to think about it. After all, businesses are allowed to replace their staff. But the longer you sit in the diner, the more uncomfortable the feelings become. You need to ask someone, just to push away the fears that you're not going crazy. When the waiter passes by, you compliment the food, as you ate here last year too. You asked the unfamiliar waiter if they had worked here back then. They confirm that yes, they've always worked here, and so has everybody else. The diner is a family business. You leave town not too long after that, feeling vaguely unsettled. And as a voice on the radio warns about the incoming rain, you tell yourself that you never want to return to the town of Clearwater. As you leave, the memory of the town seems to fade from your mind in real time. But little do you know, the people of Clearwater will never be able.
Tasty's trading company, Across 97. The Rolcola vendor is not popping off like ID hoped maybe over the weekend.
The SCP Foundation as SCP-3300. This annual anomalous event is Clearwater's own local curse, always occurring around mid-June. While many of the mechanics of this event still elude the Foundation's understanding, the outcome is well documented. Every single inhabitant of the town is replaced by a person who didn't previously exist. While some elements may carry over from their original counterparts, every person involved will simply be a whole new person, with no memories of the change or who they once were. The process known as SCP-3300 lasts between 6 and 18 days, and once the process has begun, it's impossible for any outsiders to intervene. It begins with rain, a light, dreary drizzle at first, but each day the rain gets worse. Soon it's a storm, and then a maelstrom, flooding, hurricanes, tornadoes, all centered around Clearwater, but cutting off neatly just beyond it. What happens in Clearwater remains in Clearwater, and when the process has concluded and the sun shines once more, everybody has been changed. Whenever the Foundation has tried to send personnel or equipment into Clearwater during SCP-3300, one of two things has happened. In the more favorable scenarios, those attempting to enter Clearwater have simply appeared on the other side of the city limits. In the less positive instances, personnel and equipment have been lost forever within. There is no stopping or even understanding SCP-3300. According to Foundation records, Clearwater has been around at least as long as the Foundation itself, perhaps even longer. Clearwater has been able to undergo its yearly nightmare without intrusion due to a unique cognitohazardous effect, which creates a kind of mental block around memories of the town for outsiders. You won't forget Clearwater per se, but you will find it increasingly hard to focus on, like something you can only
Siri
ever see out of the
_Oni
corner
yells,
of
"Oh."
your eye. There is no saving the people
Siri
of Clearwater.
_Oni yells,
The horror
"My B."
will play out again and again and again. The Foundation has no first-hand knowledge of what happens in Clearwater during those horrifying 18 days. But one account they have hints at a terrifying possibility. During an excursion into Clearwater, the Foundation managed to collect a diary belonging to a woman named Margaret Lane. To the best of our knowledge, Margaret Lane no longer exists. But if the contents of her diary are to be believed, And what goes on in Clearwater during SCP-3300 is
Boulders
far worse than we
024
ever
zone. Along a dark road you find a
Margaret
lone
first
cabin.
started her diary not long before SCP-3300's 1995 iteration began. She was in the middle of a tumultuous time in her life. Freshly clean from alcohol and drug addiction, forced to live with her antagonistic mother, and having peculiar and distressing dreams. In the first dream Margaret recorded, she was someone else. A woman living in a small hut perhaps a century ago or more. It was plague time. She was looking down
Tasty's
upon her
Trading
daughter,
Company,
bedridden,
IC_Veins,
her skin covered in
IC_Veins
painful-looking red
Antiquarians
blotches.
Alpine Gallery.
Her husband was already dead. That's when
Nogzilu,
another
zone,
man
hello,
enters,
friend.
a healthy man. He tells
Stay
her
a
that he's
while and
found
listen.
their salvation, and then the dream
Nogzilu,
ended.
zone,
Margaret woke
sorry,
up to
wrong
a gray,
game.
dreary day. There were clouds
Tasty's
on the
Trading
horizon.
Company,
The rain
IC_Veins,
was coming.
wrong chat.
It drizzled for the next few days before getting more intense, as one would expect from an
IC_Veins,
SCP-3300
zone,
cycle.
IC_Veins
Of course, nothing seemed
Antiquarians
out of
Alpine
place to
Gallery.
Margaret. Life carried on. She continued to stay clean, resisting the
Tasty's
offers of
Trading
her old
Company,
dealer,
her
though
across
her
97,
relationship with her
oop.
mother remained frosty. The rain started to get worse as voices on the radio insisted that conditions would continue to become more severe over the next few days. They tried their best to maintain normality. Margaret invited some friends, Jared, Sam, Mike, and Isabel, to come over and play D&D at her place. That was when all hell broke loose. While the group roleplayed, there was a furious banging at the door, like whoever was knocking was trying to bash the door down. When Margaret's mom opened the door to investigate the commotion, she saw that an entire family was standing there. A father, a mother, and 2 young children. The father immediately began furiously asking why all these strangers were in his house. When Margaret's mother tried to tell him that this wasn't his house, he became increasingly agitated and walked straight into the home. Margaret's friends attempted to subdue him, but he threw them off, displaying a supernatural strength. Margaret's mom ran in with a golf club and struck the mysterious man in the chest. There was a nasty splat.
Game
but he
B4
didn't
Ho,
seem to
zone.
react.
Why does a companion
The golf
have
club
double
was just
skills?
embedded in his chest, having broken the skin and sunken in. But there was no blood, just dripping water. The father then pulled the golf club out of his chest and began beating Margaret's mother to death with it, all while repeating "my house" again and again, while his wife and children watched with broad, sunny smiles in the rain. Somehow Margaret knew that her mother was beyond saving, and that there was no way of
Nogzilu,
defeating
zone,
these
there is quite a
things in
bit to
physical
unpack there.
confrontation. All they could do was run out to Jared's van with the rest of the group and hightail it to the police station. But when they arrived at the station, the doors were barred and it appeared empty. As the torrential rain hammered down from above, there was nothing left to do but drive out of town and try to escape whatever madness was going on here. But that was easier said than done. They drove for what seemed like hours on end as the rain and the howling wind persisted. Jared had been injured during the fight with the strange family, and his health deteriorated further as the drive stretched on.
Boulders
They should have left the
024,
town of
zone,
Clearwater
2
a
is
long
better
time
than 1.
ago, but it seemed like they were nowhere. It wasn't long before Jared...
Boulders 024, zone, basic maths.
Jared was lying dead in the back of the van, and now there were only 4 of them left. They kept driving,
Nogzilu,
afraid,
zone, XD.
grieving, hungry, and tired, and Margaret took the opportunity to sleep. It was no time to rest, but she was so exhausted that she had no choice. Margaret had a continuation of her earlier dream. The different her, the dream her, was laying the plague-ridden body of her daughter in the river, but she wasn't the only one. All the villages of her settlement were placing the bodies of their dead in the river as the water washed around them and through them. The bodies became one with the water, and then they became the water. The water was everything. When Margaret awoke, it was to the horrifying sounds of bubbling and boiling. That's when she saw that Jared's body was dissolving. No, not dissolving, evaporating. It was bubbling and convulsing like it was made of water until the entire thing burst into a cascade of hot steam. After that, Margaret and the others left the vehicle and refused to get back inside. Nothing was making sense. It was like something out of a nightmare. As they walked, the rain hammered down upon them. They couldn't have been walking for more than a mile when they crashed into something. It was a sign, "Welcome to Clearwater." It was like that the town itself had drawn them back. Mike refused to return to the town of his own free will and began walking in the other direction. Moments later, he was walking back towards them in silence, though he never intended to. SCP-3300 had distorted his path and brought him back. It was clear that Mike was shaken to the core by the experience, but they had to press on. They would head to the grocery store for food, and then to a sporting goods store where they could hopefully grab some guns to fight the violent, altered people who'd somehow appeared with the rain. But things didn't go to plan, or what little plan there even was. Mike shot himself on the first night at Dirk's Sporting Goods, leaving only Margaret, Sam, and his...
Alrighty guys, well, with that, I think that's gonna be it for tonight. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see y'all later. Bye!